Everybody, guess who's back after a 4-week break? For those who didn't know, I was in Ireland teaching for 4 weeks. I got to hang out in Ireland, and it was wonderful. It was beautiful. And so now I'm back, and we're gonna be back into it every week, minus 1 week. In a few weeks, I gotta get my wisdom teeth out. But I had a wonderful time, and I wish I could have gone live from there, but we had the internet was not great in the location that we were housed in a little cottage. And so being able to do it meant I had to do it at school, which I was teaching at the time, and so I couldn't really sneak that in. And so here we are, and we're back. And it's good to be back. I'm back home. And it's way too hot here compared to Ireland. So I have a special, hey Corn, looks like aside from C, you all had a great time. Charlie had a good time. We all had a good time. Oh, aside from C, I see what you're saying. Yes, I did catch COVID while I was over there. That was not fun. I was thinking C was Charlie, but it's not Charlie. It was COVID. But what a wonderful country to spend. I don't know why I said but so loud. But what a wonderful country to sit there and look out at beautiful landscapes and whatnot while I was sick. And so I couldn't really complain too much. So today, we have a special guest on, a guest that we've loved for a long time, that we've been meaning to have on for ages, by the name of Fiona Woodcock. I don't know if people overseas in London are tuning in right now, but Fiona's over in London. We have Look, we have Silver Linings, and we have one other one here that we were able to get out of the library, which was Sunny Side Up. But they have a new one called, I believe, The Line Girl, that is coming out, or has already come out. I'll double check. I forget. Anyways, Fiona's going to be on in just a second. I am ready to make. I haven't collaged in a while. It's been a long time, honestly. I didn't do any collage while I was over there. I painted with watercolor. Whoa, crazy, right? So let me see about letting our special guest in, and then we will get started. Let me see, I'm going to send the... Cross our fingers that we can get Fiona on. That our timing works out. Let me see. I'm waiting. How is everybody in the meantime? Everybody good? We all had a good time over the last, I don't know, since June. I'm trying to think of when it was I was last on. June something. It's been a long time. Let me just double check and make sure that I can get Fiona on. Oh, there it just popped up again. No, I don't want... Sorry, I'm trying to get this. Oh, no. There we go. Okay, invite is sent. Now it looks like Fiona is on. Unable to join. Okay, let me try it again. Let me cancel, and I'll try one more time. And for some reason this doesn't work, Fiona can ask to be invited. There we go.
Hello.
Hola. Hello.
I had to go to my settings and allow the camera and microphone. That was the delay.
Oh. Hey, you know, technology. I just realized I was like, my sound was way down, so I couldn't even hear you when you first came on. I was like, oh no. And I looked and my volume was all the way down. So we're both having technical difficulties right at the beginning.
But apart from that, it's okay, isn't it?
Yeah, no, it works. It works. I got you up on my other feed so I can see you, and everything's
I've not got the other feed. I've not got the other feed up. I'll sort that out in a minute.
Okay. Yeah, no rush. Well, thank you for joining us. You're the guinea pig after a long break for me. So this is exciting to have you on. We've been fans of yours for a while, and in particular, I have been following sort of your work for some time, and the book Look was the one that I sort of saw first. That I don't know if that's the one that like catches people's eyes right away, but there's something about the cover of that one that really like caught me, and so I've been sort of following along ever since then. But thank you for joining.
Thank you for having me. Yeah, well, I think Look was the first American published, or was it? It might have been. I'd had co-editions of my UK ones, but maybe that's why it was the first one. Yeah.
I'll hold it up here. I'll do a little. I won't reveal all of the pages, but just those the balloons and the stamp aesthetic that you have was like something that you don't see as often with that transparency that's going on in it, and so it was eye-catching. And then the design of the cover, which I have to ask you about at some point, because I think your covers are really, really awesome.
Thank you.
I want to hear a little bit about the process behind those, because sometimes covers can be challenging.
I was going to say that.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, we can talk more about that. I don't think that was a tricky one. Isn't that interesting? Sometimes they just are easy peasy. Yeah.
It's one of those like, and I know that, and obviously the book is really about sort of the double O's throughout and things of that sort. But I find, and I don't know about your experience, but oftentimes covers can be challenging in the sense of like the story versus design, that balance between. And I've often not won that battle many a times, that I want more of a designy look and they want more of a story, or vice versa. And so it becomes a challenge. But when I looked at that one, I was like, oh, someone's got a design background right away. So why don't you do this for me? Before we get started, I'm gonna ask you to introduce yourself to the folks out there and sort of give them a intro into who you are and what you do. And then I will give us our ground rules, which is basically like you can leave whenever you need to leave. And then we'll talk about sort of what we're making today. So why don't you give us that little intro of who you are?
Okay, yeah. So firstly, hello and thank you for joining us. Yeah, so I'm Fiona and I live in London, and I'm very happy to have discovered my sort of calling, I suppose, of making picture books. So I love coming up with ideas and writing and illustrating my own books, but then I also collaborate with authors too. And I've got a background in animation, so I was doing that for a lot longer than I've been doing this. So I still feel like a new kid on the block for the books, because I was doing that for ages, the animation.
When did you switch? Like how many years in animation, how many years in
there was a little bit of an overlap, and I didn't intend to leave animation. It was just that I had ideas and I just thought maybe I'll give it a go. And I'm still giving it a go with the books, but it was a 15 plus years in animation.
Okay.
I mean, that's quite maybe where we get drawing, because I did so many different things and lots of fun things and learned a lot from people I worked with, and there's a lot of transferable skills, of course, with the two industries. And then my first book came out 8 years ago, but then obviously there was a little bit before that when I was throwing all my effort into getting the first book deal, and
you'd already switched mentally.
I switched probably 10 years ago.
Okay, so I was not necessarily doing animation right beforehand, but I did years in animation. But about 10 years ago was the switch to books for me. So we're sort of in the same ballpark. And one of the things that's interesting to me is always hearing when people switch, because some of the folks I've had on have been doing it for years and years. And then some folks started, a year ago, and then some during the pandemic, which is a whole nother ballpark to figure out. But 10 years ago is sort of right when it started to get into the second golden age of children's books, and so that was a good time to hop into it. And so, did you go to school for animation specifically? Because
I did graphic communication
Okay.
at Glasgow School of Art. So
Okay.
I grew up in the Midlands in Leicester, and I went all the way up to Scotland, which I know for Americans it might not sound a long way, but for the UK it was quite a long way.
Yep.
And I've got a Scottish mum, and I love Scotland, and I was happy. Yeah, I loved it in Glasgow, and it was graphic communication, and it was a very ideas-based course. Lots of drawing and very conceptual. And I accidentally got into animation. It wasn't really an animation course, but there were projects, and then there was a competition, and I can't remember, like I was shortlisted, so I had to spend my last year making this film for the competition. And so I ended up with, and I just fell in love with seeing my drawings move. And
then was it something wherein was picture book something in your head at that time, or was that sort of so foreign to you at the moment?
It wasn't. It was, well, actually, I think it would have been a nice prospect, but it wasn't something I was pursuing or.
Yeah.
Right. We did book projects, but they were quite. They weren't child-based. They were sort of like interesting projects to make, like an artist book, where you make a short series to kind of convey atmosphere, and mine were quite sort of abstract almost. But funnily enough, they have sort of influenced. One of them was sort of screen prints of seascapes.
I was going to say, I could see
on tissue paper.
I could see some abstractness coming and sort of relating to some of the work now, like very, very shape based and color and sort of texture, and you know, if you align them in the right way, you get characters and you get other things. But I could see it sort of springing from that easily. So do you have a sense today what you're going to be working on? I know you mentioned in the DM that you had something, but I don't know what it is.
Yeah, it's funny because I've thought about this for a while, because you first got in touch in November to ask if I could do one. Do you remember? And so occasionally I think, oh, that might be a nice thing to do if I ever do that gabbing doodle with my... So I have thought quite a lot about it, and I'm just going to do something very simple, because I know talking and drawing probably might challenge me, might do. But I'm going to do some shape-based characters, sort of fun outfits, fun colours and patterns.
You're using stamps though, right? Did you say? Okay, I was going to say
stamps and stencils, and I might. So I'm not going to probably just do. Well, we'll see. I probably won't just do one piece. I might do a few, and some I might do add some paint and just whatever I can grab. Because I normally work on a messy desk behind me, but I'm going to be working on my sort of computer desk, just because it's near the lights and the plugs.
Gotcha.
And so I've kind of moved a few bits, and I'll see how I get on. But it kind of ties in with the little lion girl, the idea of what I'm doing, because should I show just one of the spreads?
Yeah, that'd be awesome.
So actually, this one is only out in the UK at the moment.
I was going to say
it will be out in the US in February.
Yeah, I was going to say it's coming out soon. I knew that, and I couldn't remember whether
they've got it. Yeah,
how soon or. I knew that it was available, and I was searching all over trying to find it, and I found out, it's only
they got it up for pre-order, but it's,
Okay.
So, but there, I don't know. I have this assumption that most people who will be tuning in will be from the States, and I don't want to ruin the book, because it
depends. It's during the summer. I get more people from the UK and Europe and things of the sort. During the school year, for me, we get a lot of people from the US and from Asian countries. And so it depends on time zone, basically. And we switch it to the afternoon for me, which is your nighttime. So
exactly.
I can have people on from Europe. And so my guess is we have a lot more tuning in from Europe right now than does it relate to the story that you're going to read?
No, not really.
Or not read?
No, not really. And it's not a spoiler, but the little lion girl, Leonie, just sort of is inspired by the extraordinary people she sees. And in fact, it's only stuff I've shared on Instagram. She sees these characters. So again, it's like a pattern-based solution to the illustration challenge of, oh, what shall I draw that she's inspired by? But there's a scene where there's lots of people with pattern and colour. Where that I had a lot of fun with, and I'm just going to do, because I still see people and I think, oh, they'd have been good in that spread, you know, like just people in amazing coats and things, and I sort of think, oh, I'll draw them one day, and I sort of don't get around to it. So it's sort of the sort of extras who would be in it if I
the behind the scenes, it's the people who are just behind the cameraman versus so I have a question. My wife always tracks what the guest uses for materials. We know that you're using rubber stamps, but when I looked through the books, I was like, let me look and see, because before people come on, I'm like, okay, I gotta study up. And I saw that it says rubber stamps, stencils, BLO pens, which I got to ask you about. Pencils, digital. I think it had like oil pastels or something. It had a variety of different things.
The list's quite huge. I mean, I love it.
It's half the page.
I know. So we don't do that in the UK published books. They don't ask for the materials list.
They sure do in the US ones, because.
Do, and I love that. And then I always say at the end, digitally composited.
Yep.
I don't know if it said that. So yes, all those. So that it's blow pens actually. Like, let me see. I wasn't going to use any today, but
I'm wondering if they're what I think they are based on sort of the aesthetic. Is
sort? Let me see. I'm just rummaging.
Are they the kind where you like it's like a straw, and you?
Well, I've got this type. Like a felt tip pen, and then I blow here. And it does a little speckle. It's they're kids. I found some, like, they're just a cheap kids toy art kit, but it's a very crude blow pen, kind of like an airbrush.
Yeah.
I bought a proper airbrush thing, and I didn't get on very well with it.
It's airbrush. I did those. I used those when I was in high school back in the day. That was what we had before using computers, and they are very like you have to be very, very careful, and you don't get the pattern that you like.
No,
that I noticed in your work, like
it's
the
very
speckly.
hard. I mean, these are hard these are quite hard to control because depending on how old it is, it'll behave differently, and I just randomly pick it up, and so it's quite hard to do changes or have continuity. So I cut a little stencil, and then fill it with the blow pen.
Oh, so you get the hard edge if you need.
I mean, basically, and then sometimes it does nice things where it'll, you know, the stencil will lift up a bit, and you get a little bit of an X. I like those little accidents.
Yeah, no, that's. I wonder if I get some of those. I don't. Is that something? Because I've seen those in the past, and I've seen ones where it's like, I've seen that. I forgot about that type, but I've seen ones that are actually like straws that you blow through, and it has a similar effect. Essentially, you're creating your own little like lung-powered airbrush. But that seems like a fun thing to play with because of that irregularity that you get out of it, and like how much you blow and how dry the mark or the pigment is, and totally fun. So what are we going to use today then? If like what materials do you have in front of you?
I have a selection of well, I recycle the rubber stamps. Most of the ones I have, I sort of cut them out of this stuff, and I've got like a pile of, well, like a little tub down here. And so I'll sort of keep cutting them up until and it's funny, when I was looking to see if I could find some interesting, like I found this, which was a collaboration, a book called A Dot in the Snow. This was her sort of Inuit fur hood. This was what
okay.
I used, you know, and I won't cut that up because I sort of just like it as a sort of part of the process. But so I've got those, and I like the idea of just using random ones that aren't really anything, that are just weird.
Are those scraps mainly? Like,
Yes,
because
sort of
that's
weird
like that.
scraps. Some of them, I
Is that
think.
all just that pink lino cut
Mm.
stamp stuff? I have, or I used to have a bunch of that around here, and I used to do the same thing. Like when I would use it, you cut away the excess if you don't need it,
Yeah.
and then you end up with all these little blocks.
Yeah, and
that don't mean anything.
I don't like throwing anything away, so I've got all those funny little scraps. But sometimes I print with other things as well, bits of old packaging and different things to get the right texture, or wood, or like just different things. But that's quite useful for sort of being able to accurately cut it. And
just a stamp pad that you use with it?
Yes. So I've not got any particular favourite one. I've just got a few knocking around. I've got quite a few sort of quite cheap ones that I got for doing workshops with kids. I've been doing stamp workshops with kids for my book Silver Linings, and then I've got some nice ones, like slightly more expensive ones. But it's not like I have a brand that I must use.
Yeah.
But they all have different sort of characteristics in terms of the print.
Pigment, and
some are a bit splodgy, and some, but again, you sort of have to roll with that, I think, and see how they behave.
I'm fascinated to watch you today do that. Like, there's sometimes where I know of someone's process and I can just tune into the conversation and not have to look up. But I feel like when I'm watching this, or we're doing the artwork here, I'm going to be looking up all the time, watching you with the stamps, because it's so out of my realm of something that I've done for like a professional thing. I've done it for just like for fun with my son and other things like that, but nothing to this level. So let me just state the couple of things here at the beginning. So one, if you do need to leave at any point, don't hesitate. You can stay as long as you want. You can stay as short as you want. I won't be offended either way. And so just give me a holler if it's getting late, because I know that it is later there by a ways. My wife asked, what kind of paper do you use? Do you use any special paper?
I don't. At the moment, I tend to get quite cheap sort of these kind of sketchbooks are quite heavyweight cartridge paper, and I tend to just rip those out and use that generally. In fact, I did think I might look out something slightly better if I end up painting, but this is quite heavy, so it'll probably be fine. But you tend to get 3 in a pack. I'm all for the sort of economy art supplies. I mean, I do treat myself to nice things as well, but that's what I'm using. That's what I've looked out for tonight, because it's also tends to have quite a nice, just the right sort of texture, like not too shiny or not too, it's got a little bit of
tooth to it.
Bit of tooth, yeah.
This is a good testament for those people out there that think that it's about having, and well, I should say this is I should back up. Good art supplies are good art supplies, and they will make your work better. But fundamentally, you have to know how to work with everything, and it shows that like if you're working with kids' stamps and you're working with those blow pens that are designed for kids, or people who around here somewhere, I forget where it is, I have some Crayola crayons and things that, like, it doesn't really matter the quality of the material, it's how you use them. The only difference is if you have higher quality, sometimes the pigment's higher, sometimes like it gives you a little advantage, but fundamentally you have to know how to make good art first.
Also, I do that thing of generally doing that thing of scanning elements and compositing them in Photoshop. And if I was creating a beautiful piece of artwork to sell, I'd be worried sometimes, like I know that the blow pen marks might fade, for example. So it depends on the context of how I'm going to be using it,
Yeah.
really. But if I'm scanning it in, it does what I need it to do until I've got it scanned, and then I can change the color. Because obviously some of the colors are a bit nasty on the blow pens, and I'll adapt that in Photoshop.
I was wondering about that. Like, you probably have a limited color range.
Yeah, it's a limited color range, and it's never quite the right color. So,
well, why don't we switch our cameras and we can start to work? And I don't even know if this will show up. This is what I'm doing tonight. Is I'm going to do a little piece of a bunch of moles.
Gorgeous.
All lined up. This is what my sketches look like most of the time. But a bunch of moles lined up, ready to go out of their little tunnel. And I'm not sure exactly why, but that's what popped into my head.
And it's not related to your trip. You didn't have a mole encounter.
No, we had donkey encounters, we had horse encounters and cow encounters, snail encounters, weirdly.
Oh.
But no moles. No moles. Well, I'll have to talk to you a little bit about sort of things. I know that you're in London, which is different than Ireland, but there's some things like weather. The weather was amazing. I love the weather. So, okay, let's switch our cameras and we'll start working and we can chat.
Let's see how this goes.
Yeah. Now, it goes a little faster for me because I've been doing this for a while, but if you need help aligning, let me know.
Yeah, my stand's quite stiff. I'm going to go up and then I'll press the button to flip. Aha!
Perfect.
Oh, and it's interesting. The camera
is it sideways?
That's right. That's the right way. Yeah.
Okay.
The cameras are great at compensating for the light situation, aren't they?
Yeah.
Because it's quite dark in this corner and it looks okay.
Now, you can also supposedly touch the center of the screen and it will make it should adjust for the light in the situation too, like the center of your section.
I'm doing that. I don't know.
And then you can also zoom in and zoom out by pinching. And so if you want to get more of your desk area,
I've gone in a bit. That's fine, I think.
Yeah.
Where's the bottom? There. Oh, okay, great.
So, while you sort of get set up and get going, tell me a little bit. Now, I know people tune in for all sorts of reasons. Some people are here to watch. Some people are here to listen. Some are here for advice. But the conversation may go into all sorts of areas, and don't hesitate if we start talking about weird random things that don't relate. But I would love to start really with sort of your background, obviously the animation side, but what was that precipice that made you go into the kidlit world? Was there an offer? Was it something that just you saw and said, hey, this is the time?
I think it's funny. I'd been working on my portfolio for all that time, really, and so I can remember a friend saying, "I think you're ready, Fiona, to like maybe try and get an agent." Because in the animation, during the animation work, I was always often the animation jobs were working in different styles, like someone else's style. I mean, occasionally I would sort of get a chance to art direct. I was sort of represented as an illustrator for animation, but I got more work if I did anything sort of, I mean, I could talk more about it. It was all quite sort of arty, hand drawn on paper kind of work.
Okay.
And so in between, so it turns out I can't do things and talk, you see. I'm just talking.
It'll get easier as time goes on.
Hang on, let me.
Everybody struggles. Everybody struggles at the beginning. I will tell you that is not.
So
new.
I'm going to get my cutting mat out, and I'm going to be cutting out my little stencil for this person.
Okay.
There's my scalpel's my sort of favorite art tool.
It's like my favorite art tool is right now. Which is funny because it had nothing to do when I was in school, but are these scissors, because they're essentially my paintbrush.
Oh yeah.
I assume probably in the same way for you, that it's like it's just a little um, it helps you define shapes in a way that
Yes.
a pencil doesn't, or things that, like, I'm looking at you with the careful sort of lines there, but I'm sure that that's a very different thing if you were to be using a pencil to get those edges.
Yes.
Okay, so let's going back to
Oh,
the animation thing. You said that.
oh yes. So I was always kind of remembering who I am again, in between the jobs and working on my portfolio. And in fact, I had the idea for. I am quite a good example of how these things are quite a long game, because I had the idea for Look a really long time ago. I don't know, what was it? Maybe something like 13 years before it became a book. And there is quite a nice story of where the idea came from, but I won't digress onto that quite yet. But so I was just working on ideas, and I think it really was because I had the idea for my first book, Hiding Heidi, and I was really excited about the idea and the kind of initial illustrations that I did, just to sort of that kind of they excited me and gave me the confidence to give it a go, really. So I had a few book ideas and a sort of basic portfolio, and it was because I thought I really want to make this book. It wasn't really that I was like, I want to completely change careers and do books forever. It was like, I really, really want this book to be published.
Yeah. Was sort of a one-off in your head at that moment?
It was, although, like I said, there were other ideas, but I think I believed in it, and I thought someone else might believe in it, and that just gave me the confidence. And it was at a time, maybe like you were saying, you sort of said like a golden age of. I wasn't 100% aware of that, really. It was around the time when it come out, and and quite a few books where I looked at it and thought, oh, okay, there's people out there making books that are just so thoughtfully made. You can just tell someone cares so much, and they've thought about every aspect of it, and yeah, so clearly I was inspired by the books I was seeing on the shelves as well, and so that was kind of how it happened.
Now, did you have? I mean, obviously, like, wanting to make this book is something that, independent of wanting to switch a career, but were you like actively participating in the kidlit world? Were you looking at books at the time? Was it something? I'm wondering, sort of like your relationship to that industry. Was it sort of adjacent, or were you actively sort of like going into bookstores and hopping into the kids section?
Oh yeah, I was doing a lot of that. I think I had always been doing that for quite a while, and I'd been doing that and sort of going to talks a bit. The sort of, we've got the AOI, which Association of Illustrators, who do good talks, and yeah, I suppose I'd been doing things like, whilst I was still doing the animation, I'd started sort of selling screen printed greetings cards, and got, like a pivotal thing, like getting my website up that sort of had illustrations on it. And I'd been starting to think of myself as an illustrator.
Versus
and reading up and learning about it a bit. Okay. Yeah.
It's one of those things where, like, some people come to it from a, having kids, or being inundated with, other artists that they know that are in that industry. And some people come to it in just a sort of random circumstance of, well, I got an offer, or so it can be accidental, and sometimes it can be purposeful.
Yeah, it
was
quite purposeful. Yeah. another thing I always recommend people, but you might have an equivalent. There's like a book, what's it called? The children's writers and artists yearbook sort of thing, that's got lists of agents and publishers and in useful articles. I purposefully bought it and read it and literally had the idea for Hiding Heidi after reading it. Like it was quite extremely helpful and inspirational, and yeah, and I think I've been lucky that I think I'd had like a good run of animation work that was quite well paid. So I was in a sort of like, this is a nice time for me to just have a bit of freedom to play with some ideas. You know, often when you're so busy, it's very hard to find that time, isn't it? So I kind of gifted myself a little chunk of time to play and do things. It was quite purposeful, to be honest.
Was the stuff that you were doing kid related? Or was it animation for, like, what was the animation for?
Oh, well, it was very varied. Interestingly, not much of it was for children, really. My first job was working on a short film that was sort of funded by the BBC and lottery funding. So the sort of, you know, quite a beautiful arty film that was all hand drawn with watercolors and pencil, and I learned a lot on that job, and then ended up working in commercials, a lot of commercials. Okay. But and one of my big jobs later on was on, and this was child related and felt really lovely, was the Snowman and Snow Dog, which was a sort of follow-up to Raymond Briggs's The Snowman.
Okay.
That I don't know. Do you know Raymond Briggs in America?
I don't know the name.
Okay, so
I assume I should.
Well, I think you maybe should, but I think I'd heard that he wasn't hugely popular in the States. But there's a classic book called The Snowman that is sort of iconic from my childhood, and it's wordless, and it's sort of set out in almost like a graphic novel format, like a mixture of small boxes and different sized spreads, and it's really beautiful and evocative. And there was a film of it, and it's still shown at Christmas. And so then 30 years after that, there was The Snowman and the Snow Dog, and that was working at a studio called Lupus Films, who do lots of beautiful adaptations of children's books. And that was really fulfilling, because a lot of the jobs I worked on, like, it's an advert that my friends aren't seeing because it's in America, or in different places or whatever. But that was the first time where my parents could say, Fiona worked on that. And at the time, everyone knew about it because it had quite a lot of press and things. Yeah. So that was for kids. And another thing that was for kids was a film in the style of Quentin Blake, who's another sort of UK classic illustrator, who I'm not sure if he did a lot of Roald Dahl's.
Yeah, I know Quentin Blake.
You know Quentin Blake. Yeah. There was a Charlie and the Chocolate Factory West End show, a stage show, and it had an opening film all about chocolate, and we animated that with using Quentin Blake's drawings, and that was like a big, well-paid job, but that was really good fun to be part of a theatre thing. So I did do a few children's things, but so many different jobs.
Yeah, it's one of those things that's always like, again, it's that connection. Like, I know a lot of animators who have ended up in the kidlit world, primarily because they have that type of mindset of understanding how little kids think, or the aesthetic that they have is appropriate for little kids, and so it's an easy sort of transition for quite a few folks. So tell me a little bit about sort of the jump And what was, and this is a question I ask a lot of people who have sort of shifted into Kidlit from something else, but was there a dramatic shift in your thinking? Was there a process that you had to go through? Not that like it requires you to like reinvent everything you do, but were there challenges or things that you were surprised by as an animator coming into the Kidlit world?
Surprised by.
I mean, I imagine speed. Like in animation, you have deadlines that are probably a little bit faster, I would assume.
Yeah. Yes, you're right. Because often you were working and there would be an air date booked.
Yep.
You know, like you're working on something and it's like, this is actually they've booked the air date for this commercial. And sometimes it was really close.
I mean, that was the thing that I liked the least about animating was the speed or the deadlines making you having to stay nights and work on weekends. Now, admittedly, there's times where deadlines and Kidlit have done that to me as well.
But the thing that was quite nice about in animation like that, you're right, there was a lot. I did a lot of working late and working the weekends, but there was a big gang of you, and often you'd sort of help each other out and get it all done.
Yep.
Like you. Whereas it is just me who can sort out my deadline situation. Now I'm in picture books. That's the truth of it. You know, there isn't anyone else who can come along and literally take a pile of drawings off me and help. But yes, it was interesting. It was so liberating initially. Like, oh wow, I only have to do, you know, however many sprites. It's like, wow, quite liberating after the sort of the quantity you have to produce in a day, for example. But I soon sort of relaxed into the different pace of it, I suppose.
Yeah, but it's definitely, and I don't think it's that it's a super slow pace, because oftentimes I push up close to deadlines and things of the sort, but the length of the project, I think, is maybe a little bit different than what I was expecting originally walking into the industry. And I don't know if it's the same for you, but the idea of like having 6 months to work on something seemed outrageous at first. Like, I don't need that long. I'll never need that long. And then all of a sudden you do need that length of time.
I know. Isn't it? I know. I think I have a warped sense of time like that, because it just seems so, yeah, it's ridiculous how quickly it goes.
How long does it take you to make a book? Like, what is your rough, what are you given for a deadline, and then what is your schedule actually become?
Well, I remember once, kind of, you know how it's quite hard to know exactly how long you're taking, because your day ends up being sort of split between lots of different tasks. But
yeah,
when I when I'm very diligent and sort of make a note of when I do what, and I think I worked out that my average time to do a book is 4 months, when you just add up all the bits of actually sitting down and doing it.
Okay.
But it generally is more than that. And different publishers, like I have found in the US, it tends to be quite a generous amount of time, and you sort of get, so for example, my next book that'll be with Green Willow, who I did Look and Silver Linings with, I'm due to start that in the fall, and it'll be due a year later, which feels quite nice and relaxed. But they gave me choices of different dates. I could have tried to deliver it earlier in the year, but because I know there'll be other little bits and bobs and other things I'll be doing alongside it. So that's an example of a deadline. And I've had other books where it's maybe longer than that. and maybe some that are shorter than that. But then the time actually on the book is normally condensed down to less than that time, if you see what I mean.
A year is pretty good. That's
does that sound good?
No, that's about right. It depends on, like, at least the stuff that I've worked on has been, if it's something that I wrote, that probably a year is within range. If it's something that is someone else's, I get about 6 months, roughly.
Yeah.
Somewhere in that range, and that includes sketching and finals and revisions and things of that sort.
Yeah.
So yeah, a year is not unheard of, and I think for those folks that are listening that go, I've never, I want to get into Kidlit. A year sounds like a fabulous amount of time, but it's not always. It creeps up on you faster than you think.
It does.
And I don't know what your note process is like, but we have one of the challenges I always have is there's a lot of waiting and then a mass of having to get stuff done and then waiting and then a bunch of having to get stuff done. So it's done in sort of stages because you're waiting for notes to come back from the publisher. Do you end up with that sort of like huge gap?
Yeah. Well, don't you find it each publisher is so different?
Yes.
And it's not like so it's quite hard to generalize, but a lot of my publishers have quite a quick turnaround of responding to emails and letting me know things. But I have had experiences where I'm waiting as well. But I've been quite lucky in that regard, I think.
Out of curiosity, how long of a wait have you had to have? Like, what's standard for you for wait?
I think I've had a few months before.
Okay.
In the pandemic, when things got weird and people were allowed to not be as bad,
Yeah.
But generally, I mean, that's difficult when you don't know, because you keep thinking, oh, maybe I'll hear back this week, so I won't plan to do something really amazing and constructive with my time because I'm probably about to get going on that book again.
Yeah.
So the ideal is that they'll say, oh, we're going to be a month, we'll let you know. It's nice, but generally that sort of situation is in a dim and distant past at the moment. I've been getting sort of quite quick turnaround, and because they're the sort of, it's in the publisher's interests to kind of get back to me because
faster. Yeah.
That's when the deadline's approaching, everyone's on the same page in terms of the urgency of things, aren't they?
That's most of the stuff I get is about a month before I hear back, and that's
okay.
And I don't think that that's outrageous of any sort. In fact, I like that there is the downtime because there's other things I got to do.
Yes.
Yes. There's life. You got to figure out life in the middle.
Yes.
But there are times where like you're waiting for, and again, this is I'm not telling you because you don't know, but more so for the folks that are listening who are like I interested in this industry. One of the things that I found challenging is having to figure out your schedule for multiple jobs where you don't know exactly when you're going to get notes back, or
that's so difficult, isn't it? It's so difficult.
And you learn to adapt, and you learn to say, well, if you don't get these back to me by this point, I'm going to have to push stuff out further, or there's conversations that can be had. But it is a something that took me a while to learn how to manage.
Yeah. I do find that difficult.
Is there a speed factor for you? Like if you don't have enough time, that all of a sudden you're in crunch mode and have to rethink how you approach your work?
Well, funnily enough, I am in a bit of a crunch mode right now.
Uh-oh.
that
you still join me on this.
Are we both? Are you in crunch mode?
I am not in a super crunch mode on work for picture books, but for stuff outside of that, just my teaching and other things, there's a lot of stuff I got to do that is unrelated that somehow affects the other. But, What is your crunch? Like, what's your deadline? Hit me. What's the day?
Well, it's now what is it? I've got a couple of weeks to finish my interiors, and then it'll be another couple of weeks to get the cover and little tweaks and things done. So near the end of August. But it's a very big book. It's 64 pages.
Ooh.
So
that is a long book.
Inevitably, it's a bit of a beast to wrangle with, and it's that thing, isn't it? Because I was promoting Little Lion Girl, which was a lot of fun, and it's that thing of your perception of time. It's like, well, I'll have all of July, and but it just kind of So it's great though. I'm kind of in the groove of it. It really does focus me. So I've just been really organised, and I've literally scheduled it, and I'm trying to stick to it, and we'll see how we get on. But it's going okay. It's fun. Yeah.
Well, people are going to be crossing their fingers for you.
Yes.
On all of that. I see we have some questions that I have not been looking up, and let me look to some of those questions because I want to make sure people get their chance to ask. Give me 1 second to stick down this little swatch of trace here. So first question I see, this is from a student of mine who says, how do you all negotiate deadlines with clients when you know their production time averages are more than what they're offering? So as far as negotiating, do you do a lot of negotiation with your clients?
In terms of the time situation?
Time in terms of, edits, things of that sort?
Well, edits. I'm happy to do what I've got time to do. Like with what I'm working on at the moment, it's often that case of like, are there priorities, for example,
Yeah.
But often comments and edits and things are normally things that make the book better. So I'll do everything I can to try and do them. And I guess negotiating, see, this is where agents come in, don't they? When you've got that sticky thing of juggling projects and working out how everything will slot together, agents are quite good at kind of saying, Fiona's going to deliver this by then, and then that
they have your back.
Yeah.
I mean, I have right now for the person that's asking here. I do have a notes that came back on a project just yesterday, and I don't know if I should be saying this on here or not, but some of the notes I think were a little nitpicky. Let's put it that way. And also without context for the finished artwork. And so the equivalent of when I go to paint it, some of the things they're asking about are going to be resolved.
Yes.
And I don't think I need to solve everything in the sketch stage for this to make a good piece, because I have a vision for it already.
Yes.
That will solve all their things. So it's a question of like, do I need to respond to all the notes and things they have, or can I come back and just say, hey, I got it covered? Like so those are those like little negotiations. Even.
And don't you think, because often notes in a big dense Word document or email is a very different thing to a conversation when you can kind of say, hey, don't worry, I'll sort that out. And it turns out not to be such a big deal.
Yeah.
That it might on initial read seem like, oh no, but actually when you have a conversation, you can reassure them. And this is an interesting thing. How detailed to go in your roughs. And how, when you've got a relationship with an art director, you can do a little squiggle and they know what you mean. Like, oh, she's going to do a lovely thing there. Whereas, like, if you're suddenly working with a new publisher and I find myself like doing really beautiful roughs that are unnecessarily beautiful because I want them to sort of be
to like what you've done.
Reassured that it's going to be a beautiful image.
Yeah. No,
Whereas,
this
you know,
is
so that's an interesting thing, isn't it? That some publishers can mind read you when you do a funny little squiggles, and they know they don't need you to do more than that.
Yeah, in the case that I'm even talking about, it's a company I've worked with on multiple books prior, and so there's, you know, it's a question of like, I understand that they want to make sure it's perfect, but it's also, it's in a series. I've done it before. Like nothing's going to change, and yet I think some of it is just their protocol is just, you know, hey, we're going to ask for these adjustments because that's what we always do. And some of them are just, and I totally see it, but there's some of them that like, just give me a second and I'll solve it in the final.
Yeah.
And some of it is also like, I'm not sure exactly where it's going to go because it's, some of it is, and it sounds similar to yours. Like if you're using the brush pen and you're using these things, you don't always know where stuff is going to, or not brush pen, but the blow pen.
Yeah.
You don't always know how it's going to react.
Yeah.
And so you have to have a little bit of, I don't want to say faith because that sounds more powerful than what I mean, but you have to have a little bit of knowledge that something will work out in the end.
Because here's an interesting thing as well, Mark. And I always try and say this to art directors that quite a lot of ideas come when I start messing around at artwork stage.
Yeah.
And if I get too tight in the roughs, it kills that potential for exciting surprises to happen.
Yes.
And so
very much so.
It's getting that balance as well, so that there's potential for just gorgeous things that can surprise everyone rather than it all being so tight and locked down. And I don't like it to feel like I'm just colouring in when I get to the artwork stage.
That's exactly what I say all the time. I don't want it to be paint by number.
No.
Like there's
that's
who
not,
will do
that's not fun, is it?
Do you do your sketches in color of any sort, or is it just sort of
sometimes
line work, or?
Yes, sometimes if it's needs to communicate something, then I'll kind of sketch in a bit of color if it's significant to the story, you know, just if I feel it needs it, but generally not. And like I said, they're quite inconsistent in terms of from one book to another. How competent and how beautiful they might be.
I think I've gotten in the bad habit of overdoing the sketches.
Yeah.
And now the expectation is that, like when I in my thumbs, they are what people would consider final sketches most of the time.
Yeah. Oh, right.
And then the problem is then they come back and say, okay, well, let's see the sketches now. And it's like, there's not much room or wiggle room to be able to play with it and do the next level of sort of adjustments because it's already kind of cleaned up. But I know it depends on the publisher too. Like some of the publishers I've worked with, probably I could get away with a lot more, and I just haven't even tried. And so it's a matter of like, I need to find that balance. Do you, when you sketch, do you set a certain time frame for yourself? Like some people will actually say, oh, I can only allow this much time for sketch because it allows, you know, or if I do it too much, it'll get too tight.
I do try and do them quite quickly.
How long does it take you to sketch out a book, roughly?
Gosh, I'm not very, I'm not really a numbers person.
Okay. I'll stop asking estimating questions like
yeah. No, it really varies. Like I know that thing of when you're working with, and it might vary from an author illustrated book to only illustrated. From someone else's text, which interestingly, I can imagine I I'm just guessing, but I think I probably spend longer if it's someone else's text, because there's often more challenges involved, because I keep things easy for myself with my own books.
Well, you also probably have a vision of what
when I
it
do
looks
someone
like.
else's, I'm doing townscapes and things, so, and that's the interesting thing, isn't it, about taking on other people's texts? It does tend to push me out of my comfort zone, which I think is a good thing.
Yeah, when they put in lots of details that you wouldn't normally throw in there, or they no, I get that all the time. Like the books that I tend to write tend to be simpler. I don't in that, like, it doesn't have, like you said, like there's not a big cityscape ever, or there's not a lot of landscape in them. It's always sort of conceptual, and then all of a sudden I'll get a book that does require, like, oh, you gotta do a city street, and it's like, I don't want to draw all the cars. I don't want to draw.
I know.
Like, I just want characters or what have you.
Yeah.
The idea of your sort of writing side of things, is there challenges that you see that pop up regularly? And again, keep in mind, this is for the folks that are trying to, like, break in or are learning in the process. Are there challenges that you see that you run into quite often because of your process, or things that you would like to change as you go along? Like for me, like I said, I need to loosen up on my sketches. They're too tight. And my writing, I need to be more consistent, etc. But are there tricks that you can sort of relay to folks? I mean, if you don't want to share, that's okay too.
Sorry?
I said, if you don't want to share any, that's okay too. You can say, you know what, you're all on your own.
Maybe it's probably just my deadline brain drawing a slight blank, but not because there isn't anything, and I'm not holding anything back. I just can't think of a brilliant sort of tip. I mean, there's definitely, like you were saying, there's things that you need to work on. I know that personally, my visual voice is, I've been drawing for so long, but I've not been writing for so long. So that's something I think I constantly have to work at, and I find that a really interesting challenge.
Yeah. Do you feel like all your books have a different voice?
Possibly. No, I don't think. It's the practice of, and what's interesting. So I know with my first book, Hiding Heidi, I don't even know if I thought I was going to write it. I just know I had the idea and the illustrations, and I probably knew so little about the industry that initially I thought, well, maybe they'll pair me up with a author or something. I don't know. And my agent encouraged me to write it, and I'm so glad they did. And then, of course, you have a lot of help from editors, don't you? But that one was very visually guided. I told the story with the visuals, and then came up with the text after.
Yeah. Which I think isn't uncommon for illustrators to sort of, like, the writers oftentimes are just, manuscript focused, but illustrators often think about stories in pictures in their head.
Yeah.
In a way, like when I'm writing, I do the same thing. Like, I already have a vision for what that spread's going to be as I'm writing the text.
Yeah. But this is the thing, all books are different, aren't they? And Silver Linings, I did a lot of sort of sitting there tip-tapping away, crafting the text, and really making sure I was so happy with the words before I got too involved with the images, even though as I was writing it, I was putting art notes and visualizing it, but it didn't come from the visuals. It did come from a lot of thinking and writing, and that felt like a nice way of doing it too. So for me, the writing side, I think, I mean, I'm always challenged. I mean, we all know books are actually quite hard, and it's constantly challenging doing the illustrations as well. But yeah, the text, the writing side is the thing that I'm very much a work in progress in terms of learning. Well,
yeah, I think that goes for a lot of us out there, myself included, that I feel like an absolute novice on the writing side, even though I've had 2 books published. Now, that was ages ago, but I just feel like it is it's a secret world that I tapped into once, or I stumbled upon once, and I haven't been able to figure out how to get back to on a regular basis. And so that's I need to sit down and figure out the better process, or I need to spend more time studying writing and different methods to get to the thing that I once. I don't know if that connects in any way, but so I'm gonna do a little subject shift on us here. So I was over in Ireland, the Republic of Ireland, for 4 weeks, and I don't know if you've been. It's not that far from you, but one of the things that I was mesmerized by, and I think will never say anything bad about, because when I went over there, I thought of the UK and all those places being just dreadfully rainy and depressing and whatnot. And it is rainier. I'll give it that. But the temperature over there was amazing. And consistent. Where you are in London, does it ever snow?
It does.
Does it snow a lot, or does it snow just
no, not a lot. Oh, there was an amazing snow day when it was one of the sort of lockdowns where you were allowed in the park, and it was so magical and really, really, really good amount of snow. I don't know if it's I've seen a blue shape that came out a bit darker than anticipated.
Adjust. You got it.
This is the thing. So I'm so used to having the sort of flexibility of compositing things digitally that I just have to go with it, don't I, when I'm doing real artwork?
Well, it's real artwork when you do it digitally too.
Yes, no.
Credit that.
It is.
Yeah.
But yes, so we do get snow, and we do get extreme heat as well. You know, we do get we have been getting quite a lot of heat waves, but not this year.
When we were in Ireland, it was like started out at like 55 degrees during the day and would go up to about 60. Now, okay, in UK, let's see, or in what was that? It's about like 10 degrees. And like it was right around there most of the time, and it was just and it was like in a place where you want to go buy a sweater, to have a temperature that actually made sense for a sweater was quite nice. And me being a pale redhead, it was wonderful to not have to worry about the sun all the time.
Yeah.
Now is London, is that I don't even know, like, where height wise Ireland. So I'm trying to do the map in my head right now.
Oh yeah,
Ireland,
it depends where you are in Ireland. Were you in Southern Ireland?
No, we were in Western Ireland. We were near Galway.
I did go to Galway a long time ago. It's very pretty, isn't it?
It is.
Beautiful coloured houses on.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, is that right? Down that main.
Yeah. the Salt Hill or something of the sort. I forget what it's called. Um, it was one of those things that, like, it was my first time coming over to that region of the world, and it was very rewarding. And I want to, next time we go, I'm hoping that we can find some time or figure out a way for me to get up to London.
Yeah.
Like take a week after or something of the sort, and there, because that sounds it sounds like it would be fun and amazing. And now that I know how to drive on the other side of the road.
Oh, well done.
I don't know what the roads are like up by you, but man, in Ireland they were small. But I got used to it. Now I'm not afraid of it. But that was a challenge. Do you end up with little tiny roads like that up by you? I mean, I'm assuming in London it's pretty standard, but outside of London,
well,
do they get?
Yeah, there are. Well, in London, it's hustly, bustly, busy roads.
Yeah.
I don't actually drive. I'm really well catered for with sort of public transport where I am.
Oh, okay.
It's that kind of area where you've got lots of train links to go to all different corners of London, and but there's similar roads in other parts of Britain, like down in Cornwall. There's lovely, like, windy roads with lots of trees and branches kind of meeting in the middle over the top of you, and sort of terrified that there'd be a car coming the other way, that kind of situation.
Yeah, that was the challenge in Ireland, was all the stone walls, which we just don't.
Okay, yeah.
And so it was every corner you took, you had to slow down drastically to avoid getting into an accident with someone coming the other direction at unimaginable speeds. But again, you get used to it. You eventually get used to it. Have you been to the States ever?
Yes, I have. I've been to New York 3 times and San Francisco once. I think that's it. So not a huge variety, but
those are different locations. They have different vibes.
Yeah.
Have you come up
and it's not
for any book stuff, or is it primarily vacations?
Well, the last 2 New York trips were sort of work inspired. So I think when I first got my deal with Green Willow, we tied it in with a holiday, because it was nice. It's always nice to meet, isn't it, your publishers? I think it was primarily a holiday with a meeting, and then the last trip was very work related, because I was inspired to go because of the Society of Illustrators exhibition. Because I was just so pleased, because Silver Linings got in it, and I'd had other books in the exhibition, but I was just so pleased because it was my sort of, I hadn't had an author illustrator book out for a good few years, and so it just felt so lovely that it had that recognition. And and Martin, my partner, was like, does that mean we have to go to New York? He absolutely loves New York, and so it was kind of like
an excuse.
So we used that and then I ended up doing a nice little rubber stamp workshop there, and seeing the publisher, and doing some book signings and things. So I had like a work related thing each day, but managed to go to galleries and have a really nice time hanging out in Central Park and things like that. So
that sounds lovely.
It was nice. It was really nice.
A little jaunt away. And I imagine, especially for New York, must have been I don't even know. Is London, I don't know the scale of London, but I assume that New York was probably bigger. That's a wild stab.
Yeah, because New York, maybe, I don't know.
Taller?
I don't know what the landmass. They're similar in terms of major cities. Yeah. They are, because it's the interesting thing with, you've got Manhattan, then you've got Brooklyn, and there's all these. New York is big, isn't it? Maybe New York's bigger.
Well, it's one of those things that, like, I don't think of London as being as tall and skyscrapery.
No, you're right.
as New York, but I imagine that there is because London is huge too. It's one of those things where I just don't even
it's
know
quite sprawling, but I think for someone, well, I suppose it's both cities, it's that thing, isn't it, that I guess, because I don't live in central London, I live out in the outskirts of South London, and there's all these sort of little villages that I guess, well, you call them villages, but sort of self-contained communities, dotted around the north, south, east, west, that are all a big important part of London. But I guess a tourist might just be concentrating on the sort of quite a smaller area in the centre, which might feel more manageable.
Oh, Bill Illustrated looked it up for us. London is more than twice the size of New York City.
Okay.
You got claims on scale there. You got the bigger city.
Thank you for looking that up.
Illustrated is very good at.
It is interesting when you go up and look down on New York from the Rockefeller or somewhere. Yeah, that makes sense. They built up, didn't they? That's why they built up.
It's one of those things. Like, I just have no concept of the scale of London. I know that it's got to be big. I just have no concept of it because I always thought that like some of the cities in Ireland were going to be big, and then the scale of them was kind of hilariously small at moments, and sort of learning to my expectations of scales of cities got shifted quite drastically on this.
Yeah.
Do you go into the heart of London often, or is it? I mean, you said you have the public transport, but is it something that you get in there, or is it suburbs?
I like to make the most of being here because there's so much. London has so much to offer, and there's a really lovely community of kid-lit people, and that's been one of the most lovely things about this whole endeavor is all these new friends, and there's so many book launches, and so and they're often in central London, so I like to sort of get the balance of being a hermit in my studio and going out and seeing friends, doing things, and going to exhibitions and things like that. That in an ideal world, obviously not so much of that's going on for the next month or so, but
what's the big, I'm trying to remember the name of the big picture book store that's there, or bookstore that's in London. That I know there's a couple of them, but there's one in particular that I'm trying to think of.
I wonder if would it be the Waterstones at Piccadilly? There's a big that's a big famous one.
Yeah. Do you get into the bookstores there often, or do you have bookstores that are near you that are your like go-tos?
Well, I love having a wander around. There is a brilliant children's department at that Waterstones in Piccadilly, and we've got a lot of good small independent bookshops as well. So I haven't got. Oh, in fact, there is one opening fairly near me in the autumn, which is exciting.
Do you have a bookstore that you frequent often? That's your bookstore?
Well, not really. I mean, there is a lovely local one that's not exclusively a children's bookshop. That's a lovely one that I'm grateful to have so nearby.
And is that where you do a lot of do you do book events and everything at those, or is it?
Well, there are certain done lovely indie bookshops where I've got sort of a relationship of doing book events, and also I don't know if you do it so much in the States, of painting windows.
They do at certain bookstores, not the ones near me, but it really depends on if they have that like storefront. A lot of the bookstores that I go to don't have the big window display storefronts like you do in some of the larger cities, and so you don't get that opportunity all the time to do those. Do you do those? Do you do the?
Yeah, I have done. It's interesting. I didn't do one for this latest book. It just didn't crop up. I was doing other things. There's so many different things you can do to promote a book, aren't there? But I quite enjoy it. I quite enjoy doing them.
Taxing, right?
Taxing, did you say?
Yeah.
It's quite a high. It's quite a sort of. It's quite an involved process, but I really enjoy painting big. It's quite an exciting process, and I sort of have devised a process that's quite similar to how I work on paper. Using but scale it up and use big sponges and still cut stencils. It takes a lot of time to prep it and get the colours and think. A lot of energy goes into it. But it's when I'm there working in the window, I really love it because it's quite liberating to work that big.
Because I've done a few murals, and I know it's not the same, but the murals are just your arms are up high a lot, and depending on how big the window is, in my case, the wall, like having to be up on a ladder to get to things.
Yes.
So it's wears you down over time. I feel like at the end of one of the murals, I'm always just exhausted.
I'm sure. Yes, it is. It is physically demanding because I always said I've never done a mural. I would like to do one. But yes, I can imagine the physical.
The wear and tear.
Yeah.
On the body. I mean, I almost guarantee it's probably about the exact same, minus depending on how big the mural is versus the window, but it's still a similar process of like, how do you scale stuff up? How do you make your colors appropriate? Like in your case with the windows, you have light that has to beam through. And so I'm assuming that all the colors end up being super transparent.
Yeah. It always looks worse from the inside. This sort of a really lovely thing happens where it all looks okay from the outside, but they're notoriously difficult to photograph because you're right. If there's a big light behind it, it's not going to look as good as it would if the light. Yeah. So quite often, you have to turn the lights off in the shop to get a good photo.
Well, I've seen people do it, and like one of the challenges is always that you have to layer paint on top of paint on top of paint to get opacity. And with a mural, you just don't have to do that, which is lovely.
Yeah. And the layering reminds me, not that I did a lot of stuff on cell, but in animation, it's that thing of working, working in layers of, like doing the features and then layering up colours on the cheeks and then layering the flesh on top of that. So you're sort of working back. So what you end up with from the inside does look quite different to the outside. And so I always write a little the order that I have to apply each layer.
Oh, because there's a lot.
It is quite involved, but it's And
do you get paid to do those, or are those sort of seen as, I'm doing it as self-promotion?
Yeah, it's part of the self-promotion. It's the sort of just sort of wrapped up in just the general thing of like, I think there is a sense of do what you can to help promote the book. And no one forced me to ever do the windows. It's just there as an option. And I think if it's a book, I was offered. I think I didn't end up doing it because of the pandemic. But there have been circumstances where I have been offered to offered money for it when it wasn't a book that I would be getting royalties from, but I'd just done a cover for or something.
And then one of the questions I have, and maybe this is pretty, maybe you sort of in a way have already answered this, but just the idea of like promotion of a book. And I'm wondering, in the States we have, you know, publishers, and there's expectations of they're going to promote some and then you're going to promote some as well. But is there, with some of the publishers, because you said that some of the stuff obviously has not been published in the US, or that it's making its way here, or what have you. And is there a difference that you have seen as far as promotion of your books, both either stateside or in the UK, that we would, or that's noticeable in a sense? Like, do you feel like you get promotion from one group more than the other?
It's interesting because sometimes you're not aware of what's going on. So there's the hands-on promotion that I'm involved in, where I'm doing school events and things like that, which obviously I can't do with my books in the US. So a lot of things are going on that often you're unaware, because I've noticed in the US that it's very much all around getting starred reviews and things like that, isn't it? I mean, I'd like your take on that, actually. That seems quite different. It seems to be a lot about that, and being endorsed by, is it the Library Federation?
Yeah, the American Library Association, the ALA.
Association.
Yeah. I mean, there are, and I imagine that there's probably parallels in a way, but there definitely is, like, if you get a starred review, you get seen by more people. It's just a matter of fact. More libraries, more schools, more bookstores are going to see it, because it just shows up in headlines or in reviews and things of that sort. But are you saying that there isn't the same I always assumed that starred reviews would be the same sort, or treated in the same way in the UK as they are here?
They don't tend to. I don't think the starred thing is such a thing here. You know, there's
So is there some sort of evaluation of, like, this book is working really well versus this one, or is it?
There's like trade. There's the bookseller who highlight books of the month, and there'll be press articles where books are reviewed. Obviously, a tiny fraction gets that attention, because there's not. So there is an issue that there's probably not quite enough. There's not enough publicity of kidlit, really, in that respect. But yes, so it is quite different. There's a lot of emphasis on sort of Instagram reviews, which I think does seem quite similar. I have experienced that with US books as well. Definitely, there's a huge flurry around publication of lots of people posting, and that's all organised by the publisher.
As far as like blogs and
blogs, yes.
That's the one thing that I have not quite wrapped my head around, is sort of how, like, I understand there's a value to it, but I don't know if I've really gone out and gotten a book because I saw a book on a blog. But of course, I may not be the audience that they're aiming towards, and so that may be part of it as well. I see someone wrote, is Fiona using watered down acrylic paint on the tracing paper? I'm assuming that's me. Sylvia Anderson. I'm like, no, that's
what you're doing.
That's me. I'm using acrylic wash. But I was one of the things. Are you using more than just the stamps right now for some of the colors that you're getting? because that
They're all
are
stamps.
so
I had now I'm using some. I've just used some. Actually, I can see there's the delay. I'm now using some sort of smudging with some chalk, but everything up until now has been with stamps, and I've had some wildly different sort of results with them.
unexpected.
Yeah.
Yeah, the it's one of those things wherein uh, you got such rich colors out of them. When I normally every stamp that I've done, maybe it's just the color that I'm choosing. I feel like I always get sort of a weak version of the color because maybe it's just the material that I'm using as a stamp and whatnot. There's a variety of things that probably could be going wrong. Um, someone, Rajarvis _ Studios writes, "What paints do you recommend for window painting?"
Oh, okay. I use just quite cheap acrylics. You know, the sort of studio acrylics. It's not worth getting really good ones.
You say that because the really good ones are just like
very expensive, and they tend to be sort of smaller.
okay, gotcha.
Yeah, and also there's something about the consistency of the cheaper ones that's a little bit thinner, and they go on well. And I mean, I wouldn't like to be the person whose job it is to remove it from the window. I turned up at one place when the poor guy was scraping off the last person's window, and it is quite a job, actually. I mean, it comes off.
Yeah, but you know that he was probably looking at you just like with glaring eyes, like, oh,
I know.
man.
And I was ladling it on thick. This kind of but
it's one of those like you need a razor blade and you gotta take time and just slide it down. It's a bummer that you can't just paint over it like you can a mural. A mural, you just get a coat of paint and you're done.
Yeah.
Is there a point? This is sort of a shift in conversation, but is there a point when you're working? Because I was thinking about the idea of like when you're doing the glass windows and you're sort of putting your pigment down, there's a point probably where you have to go, well, it's never going to be perfect, or no matter how many layers I put on, it's it's not going to be the same as what I work with stamps at home and things of the sort. Is there a moment when you're working, though, just in general, that you can say, hey, this is the time that it's done? I don't need to do it anymore.
Oh, yeah. I mean, this is the thing. You have your time. I normally turn up early in the morning, so I know I've got the day, and that's it. I'm done when the time. But normally it doesn't take the whole day. Yeah. But you're right. My mantra when I do those is embrace imperfection, because it's not going to be the same. It can't be the same as the book, and it's just an interpretation, and it's just about catching the eye and giving an impression of the book.
Yeah.
Yeah, and
oh, go ahead.
I'm always quite systematic, and it tends to just get done in time. And I absolutely it's just really nice to hang out in a bookshop for the whole day. And the random interaction with people walking past giving you a thumbs up, and people getting the book signed, and hearing how amazing booksellers are. Someone coming in with needing a very specific book for a very niche subject, and they just know. So I love I like eavesdropping on that world for a day. It's really nice, and so it's worth it for that as well.
Do you find that being in that environment of like listening to, because I will be frank here too, I love gossip. I think gossip is fun, and so eavesdropping, I'm sure, would probably be in that same ballpark for me of getting to hear what people think. Like even when I'm at a gallery show and I have my work up, it's kind of fun to walk by the work when no one knows that it's yours,
Oh yeah,
and to
yeah.
hear them, talking like, oh, what is whatever they're talking about. Um, to me, that's always sort of fun to get that insight. Um, do you do the same thing with kids and your, do you get the same relationship in a way when you're dealing with kids and hearing about your books? Like, do you ever get to hear them talk about your books outside of them knowing that you're there listening?
I don't know. I don't know if that's happened.
Oh,
I don't think I've had that. Can't remember if I've had that thing of them not knowing.
I mean,
Do I?
sometimes they're blunt and they just say it to your face.
Well, yeah, yeah.
Like, this isn't my favorite book. My favorite book is this, and you're like, cool, thanks a lot. Um, do you often get out and do bookstore readings and things of the sort?
Well, not off. I wouldn't say often. It's interesting because I didn't anticipate that part of the job really. I thought, oh, I don't think. I kind of thought, oh, I won't probably be that sort of author that does those because I think I thought it was quite a scary prospect. But it's been nice over the years. I've kind of built it up, from tiny little readings and I love doing the craft and I love hearing what they think. And I find it really really important part of the process. So that's been so gorgeous. And it's grown incrementally where I'm gaining confidence and now saying yes to bigger things, where I'm, doing big draw alongs with hundreds of kids and stuff and really loving it. So I
Or,
it's hard to get the balance, isn't it? Because all these things take a lot of time.
yeah,
But it's so worth doing it and hearing what they think of the books and seeing them respond to the books and seeing how they see everything. They're so, and being reminded that, it's that kind of visual literacy thing, isn't it? That they get it. And it's so nice to see that. So I try and make sure I um, do events for each book because it's just a really great way of sort of completing the whole process.
the last night I did a library event, and it was a small crowd, but it was interesting because uh, some of the kids that I was reading to were older than the audience that I normally read to. It was sort of
Oh
like a
right.
school program for these kids, or not necessarily school, but summer program. Let's put it that way for these kids. And it was fascinating to me that I was talking about certain subjects and like how little they could stay on topic was interesting. Like, I'm saying, hey, let's all draw a dinosaur together, and like give them all the prompts and show them how to draw it. And one kid just goes, "Can I draw a truck?" And it's the weird, like, wrapping your head around how little kids think is always so fascinating to me, and trying to understand what they like, what they don't like, all those variables, especially when it comes to trying to like come up with ideas for books or come up with ways to approach different audiences and age groups is always such a challenge. And being in that environment where they're asking about, can they draw something other than what you said, hey, why don't we draw this, was caught me off guard. But
Okay.
I'm like,
Well, that I
you
have found
kid.
that with older kids. I found that too, that they sort of like to
Yeah,
deviate a bit.
yeah. It may be just that it was a rebellious kid, and he didn't really want to draw a dinosaur, and he was more into trucks or whatever it was at the time. But it's fascinating to me that like they don't hold back. An adult would go, oh, maybe I should have a little a moment and say, I'll follow along just out of politeness.
Yes.
And little kids don't care. They just do them. Do you when you get out and do those book events, do you have a routine? Like,
Well,
is it a standard setup for you?
generally, I'll tailor it to the book. So I'll sort of build a new one for each book, but I've also got like a sort of basic framework of a kind of a talk about like a little introduction spiel about me and things, which will often be there at the, you know, as part of it,
sort of consistent from event
to so and I'll kind of adapt that as I go as well, and that will sort of so there's a little bit of recycling and evolution of each time.
That makes
and what's quite nice, I've got these sort of self-contained little workshops. So I did an event up in Cumbria, which is quite a long way from London, up in the north of England, where I did various events, like a Lion Girl one, and then I did one with Look, which is still one of my favourite events to do, because if you get the kids at exactly the right age where they're learning their double O words, it's just so gorgeous, sort of seeing them feel like they're being really clever because they and we do hoot owls, and then so in fact I did 3 different books in the same day, and that's quite nice, having all these different ones I can kind of bring, and depending on how old the kids are and adapting it,
that you can adjust accordingly to
I can adjust
what the environment is.
I'm going to be taking my stencil off to see what my person.
Oh wait, don't do it yet. Hold on, I'm going to look up. I'm going to watch.
There's a delay, isn't there?
There's a delay. So even if you do
it's interesting. I had to just log back onto my looking at the other feed. It had gone. Oh, okay.
This is I imagine this is like the most exciting part, or not the most exciting part, but one of the exciting parts of the way that you work is sort of the reveal.
It's quite interesting, actually. I did it too low. There's not much room for her legs, but that's okay. So it's coming off now on the. Oh, it's about to come off on the feed. There we go.
Wait, I don't know if I can see the feet. I think the camera is up high, and so all I see is the what I'm assuming is torso and head.
Well, that's the image.
Wait, you said feet though. Where are the?
Oh no, legs and there's not room for.
Okay.
I was going to have a couple that on.
I thought you were saying
on the page. I positioned the stencil quite low, so you're not missing anything. There's really. I'll tell you what. Can I move the camera slightly? I've got an issue that I can't really go much further because of my.
Don't move the camera for me. I think it was more so that I misheard what you said. I thought you said you were revealing the feet, and I was like, I don't think I can see.
Oh no.
Yeah, gotcha. I one of the challenges of this Instagram thing is like the logistics on trying to get all the different alignment of everything, and especially for people that don't have a camera rig like I have, trying to get it so it stays what do I want to say, like in frame and perfect. It looks great right now. I just looked at it again, and now I can see the whole image.
Yes, I moved it. That's better, isn't it? I moved it a bit.
I mean, I think mine's off camera actually too, because I'm shifting it ever.
I've not had a good look at yours.
It's
you
okay.
have to move yours up so everyone can see.
Yeah, it's nothing.
But you're still working.
Yeah, so far I got 2 worms and a mole that's starting to come in, and I got to do all the other moles. It may not have moles, it might have 6. We're trying to figure that out as we go along. So I have to get the right size on all these. When you come up with ideas for your books, or when you're working on books with other folks, someone else wrote it or what have you, what is your ideation process? What do you do? Is there a method in which you start to say, oh, this is how I like in my case, I like to use a thing called lateral thinking or parallel thinking.
Mm-hmm.
Do you have a method
Like
that's your sort of
a kind of like a really good sort of brainstorming
yeah
session?
yeah? What's
That kind of, well, it's probably quite different when it's someone else's. Um, yeah, it's that thing of making. I was thinking recently, I do a lot of writing as a illustrator, even when I'm doing an illustrator only project, because I've been writing little blogs for my Substack, and I'll be doing another. There's a slow progress on a second one about the little lion girl, but I was thinking for an illustrator only project, I've got reams of writing and notes, so I do use that as a way of processing my ideas, like writing keywords, you know, what I want to convey, like finding the themes of the book, and so I do a lot of writing in the early stages, and visualizing things, and often I like to find, when I'm illustrating someone else's text, I like to find almost a little mini brief within the story of the main story, even if it's just like a conceptual thing. Let me try and think of an example. Like I did a collaboration, another epic book. It's not out in the States, but The Frost Goblin by Abby Elphinstone.
Yeah, I don't know
Was
that.
about. Let me see if I. Oh, hang on. There's The Frost Goblin and the Snow Dragon. Now, this is definitely an example of being slightly out of my comfort zone. But so I'm going to pop it under the camera and it'll appear on the feed at some point.
Okay.
But this is for slightly older readers and it's got more text. It's quite text heavy.
Oh yeah, that is.
And
Okay.
And it's about a little girl in an orphanage who goes on this adventure with the snow dragon. And I kind of found a kind of subplot of using kind of graphic devices to help tell the story of her being contained in this orphanage. And even in Abby's description of the kind of horrible headmistress who's wearing a pinstripe suit, and there's kind of banister rails and bars, and it's kind of finding sort of graphic devices that help tell the story. And I love it when I can get a kind of graphic hook like that, like a little concept. And also, I suppose, the concept of using the colours to help tell the story as well. But and with the little lion girl, you know, it's a lovely story about a girl going on an adventure into town. Funny, we were talking about me going into town, so it's kind of like a lot of that is based on my own experience of sort of being constantly inspired by everything I see.
A story about you?
It's
hidden
I relate to her quite heavily, this little girl, but that the exciting thing about that was sort of you know, it's a love letter to the city and all that it has to offer. So it's kind of getting that kind of hook and thinking, what's the thing that I'm really excited about exploring, as well as telling the story. It's these lovely little extra sort of themes that you can explore.
Is there when you're coming up with sort of even the approaches that you have on, again, someone else's book, is there what do I want to say, like moments of clarity that you're like, oh, this idea, this is the one, this is the thing that makes the most sense for for this project, or is it something wherein you, how do I put this, that you don't know until you're part way into making? Like, obviously you have to sketch the thing out, but is there moments where you know that this is going to work 100% from the beginning, or is it more of a, I got to feel this thing out before I can actually say this is perfect?
Oh yeah, yeah. It's yeah. You're often sort of feeling your way, and then it starts to you maybe something starts to click, and that's not, you're not going to be there instantly. Yeah, there's a kind of, it's an exciting part of the process, but then it's also kind of frustrating and a bit stressful, because you want to be in that happy place where you know what it's going to be, but you need to be quite relaxed and trust that it's going to happen, that it's all going to come together.
You gotta let the magic happen.
Yeah, and it's hard, isn't it? Because often there might be a time constraint of like needing to get some supply an image before you feel like you've really got a sense of the whole book, because you maybe need to do quite a lot of work in order to sort of completely feel confident that you know which way you're going. But yeah, it's a gorgeous feeling when you're like, aha, I think I know what this is going to be, and it's going to be really, and it's yeah.
It's one of those ones where like I don't know if I have that moment until like I think that moment happens for me when I am in the process of the first or second spread that I'm working.
Yeah.
There is a I would love it to be perfect in the sketches, but I think it doesn't really come to be until I'm actually painting, or until I'm actually see the finished product. And it kind of stinks in a sense that like it has to go that long before I go, oh, this is gonna work.
Yeah.
But I think that's just part of the game, in a way of like, in the way that I work, in the sense of it really is unknown until I get that color down, or until I mix something on the palette or things. I love, what this almost looks like when I look at your piece right now? It I know you don't want to do this, but it almost looks like a snake, like a boa constrictor.
Yeah.
Wrapped around. And I was thinking it'd be so funny if up top you had little eyes and little fangs sticking down over her face, and it's a little girl that's been eaten by a boa constrictor, but is still like happy about it. Just that lovely like banding that you have going on is so cute. I know it's. I don't think of you as doing lots of books that have snakes eating children in them.
No.
That's when I looked up. I was like, wait, that looks like a snake. Do you have, when you're coming up with ideas now? Speaking of that, like not going to do stuff that has a snake eating children. Do you have rules of engagement as far as like the types of books that you would work on, or the books that you wouldn't work on? In the sense of like, if someone came to you and said, I want to do something that's super political, or I want to do something that has it's darker, do you have an age range to stay with?
Wow. I mean, that's interesting. I like a bit of variety, and you don't know till you get offered something, like that's what I liked about the snow dragon I was talking about, because it was quite dark, and it lent itself to being quite a sort of a bit of a subdued color palette, and a little bit more sophisticated. And I like opportunities that sort of allow me to lean into sort of different areas. So yeah, I mean, I don't have a sort of set rule.
Yeah, you don't have a rule.
Yeah, I'm open to things, and well, it's interesting. I can remember sort of saying, if I'm taking on a text that someone else has written, I always think it's nice that it's something that I just don't think would ever write myself.
Okay. Just the idea of like that allows you to explore and do things that are different. Is that the sentence?
Exactly.
Okay.
But like we were saying, you know, that in doing that, you're letting yourself into a really potentially quite a hard time, because you're taking on things that maybe you've never even drawn before, or you know what I mean.
Yep.
But I think ultimately it's worth taking on those challenges.
So I see Bill Illustrated has a question for us here. Let me finish cutting this little nose for this mole here, and then I will look at it. Give me 1 second. Okay, he says, do either of you have to choose keeping the energy and magic with your sketches with your finals? And if so, do you have tips? So what is that magic moment for you, first of all? Like, what is the sweet spot? Do you like the paint process or the finish process? Do you like the sketch better? Do you like the edit moment where you already have the idea and you're just refining? Where is the heart of that for you to begin with? And then we'll get into like what how do you maintain that?
I think I do enjoy the rough process, having the ideas, and when you have that sort of eureka moment of thinking of the solution and I like the problem solving, and I think that is enjoyable, but probably doing the artwork might slightly be my preference out of the two, in terms of the kind of potential for fun, exciting things to happen. But the question about keeping, didn't the question start with that thing of keeping the spontaneity and the magic of the rough, which is it's the eternal kind of challenge, isn't it? And I've been known, because some of my books don't have much line in them, and some of them do have a bit of the line. You know, it's that getting a balance between sort of textured colour and just enough line to help with expression and whatever. But I've been known to kind of use the line work from my roughs sometimes, because when you redraw it, it loses the energy and there's a subtlety.
So meaning that when you say using the line work, that you go back and digitally put your line work from...
like just I'm in the habit of making sure I've got the pencil line of my rough scanned at quite a high enough resolution that it can work as part of my final artwork. Gotcha. Not always, but it's that thing that sometimes when you redraw it, you realise that in your haste, you drew that eyeball at just the right angle, that it really makes it look like exactly the right expression, that when you try redrawing it, it doesn't work so well. So just little things like that. I really trust the kind of gut instinct of that hasty drawing I did, in a way where I wasn't that pressured to make it perfect. I do. That's one of my little tricks that I have been known to do. But sometimes the style of the artwork will be quite different to the roughs, and there won't be But I'm
trying to think of in my case, like the moment that I like, I think is, or you said it with the like, I don't want to paint by numbers, and so the more that I can get, it depends. Like book projects, I feel like I get way too tight because I'm worried about clients, and I'm worried about making sure they understand things. But if it's for me, if it's for, the ideal world, I don't like to sketch details. I work with some folks, especially on the education side, who are, they want refinement in their from the students. And I think sometimes the students take that as, well, you got to put in all the value and you got to put in all the details and things of the sort. And I don't think that's necessarily the answer to all of these equations. I think it's more so for me, clarity of idea. And as long as you can get the idea across, you're good. And so when I sketch, most of my sketches are really, really chaotic, or there's decisions being made. So like this one, I had a couple of different sketches here that my son said, what about a hot dog tuxedo? And so I was thinking about doing this one today. I didn't do it, but like these feet are not going to look like the feet in here because I'm just going to cut them differently, or they're going to be, there's going to be a color shift, or there's going to be something of the sort. The hot dog's not going to be the exact shape because I'm just not that careful with the scissors or with the paint. And I think part of that is intentional, that when I sketch, I know it's not going to look it's not going to look like the sketch 100%. And to me, that is that spontaneity factor, or that idea that I'm not painting by numbers. If I really wanted to, I could go and get a ruler out. I could trace down the exact shape that's from the sketch and put it on my piece and say, oh, this is an exact match. And it would look exactly like my sketch. And sometimes my sketch I like better, but I think that the thing that I've been saying recently is that I like to respond to my artwork. And so as I'm working, I don't want to, I don't want it to be just I got to fill in this spot or things of this sort. I like the fact that things aren't perfect, and that a cut may not be the exact same, and all of a sudden I have to deal with a spot that is, what do I want to say, or a moment in the artwork that is not as crystal clear as what it was in the sketch, or that something lines up in the wrong way, and all of a sudden I have to rethink my approach. That's the moment that's the most exciting for me in all of this. The more that I can do that, the better. And sometimes that works out, sometimes it doesn't. Sometimes it's an absolute hot mess that I have to deal with, which is probably more often than I prefer. But I think the play, everything's about play for me.
Yes.
And if I'm not playing, it just feels repetitive, and it feels like it's a nuisance rather than an enjoyable moment to make. So I'm trying to figure out, I have to do all these moles, and I'm trying to figure out the color of this last one. Well, I'm trying to vary up the colors on them, but I think I made one too yellow. It was too pure, and so I need something that's a little bit more of a subdued yellow. So I'm going to be fighting it for a bit. How often do you get to work? Obviously, it sounds like you do it on a daily basis or on a regular basis, but do you have weekends off? Do you take time for yourself?
Yeah, I mean, it's a constant challenge to get the balance right.
Yeah.
It looks like my image on the feed's frozen.
Oh, it's not on my end.
Oh no, maybe it was just me. Maybe it was just me. It may have been me trying to think or talk, and so I just
You secretly stalled out your own computer. No, I think it's just a fluke of some sort.
Yeah. Yes. So I never regret sort of taking time off at the weekend to sort of, it's that thing, isn't it, of refilling the creative well, or whatever. You need to kind of, you do need to step away, and then it gives you that wonderful thing of fresh eyes on something, which is so important, isn't it? You sort of look back at something after just being away for a day or so, and you can just see that one thing that'll improve it or whatever.
Even
yeah, so
like
I try and get a balance, you know.
Yeah.
But
I was gonna say, even
sometimes
away for 4 weeks, coming back to this, it's I'm thinking differently, and it show up all the time in it, and people might go, well, that looks the exact same, but I have certain things I want to try that stepping away, I don't think I would have thought, oh, that's something I want to do. Purely just, I was just doing it sort of on a regular basis, and now all of a sudden it's like, oh, well, I've taken the time to think for a moment and stop and reassess.
Yeah.
And that's hugely helpful. Do you work, you said in the morning, do you ever end up working late at night? Or not?
I've learned that I'm best. Like I normally try not to work later than say 8 p.m.
Okay.
Just because I like to sort of wind down, and I find it hard to sleep because I just get so sort of hyped up by working that I sort of need a bit of a wind down time. So it doesn't, in an ideal world, I won't do a lot later than that.
But you must have moments where you have to hit a deadline.
Exactly, and that's when the weekends come in really handy.
Okay. So you do a weekend over a weekday night.
Yeah. But yeah, because I you know, I will, and especially when I'm working on an American book, I might be tempted to sort of reply to an email at 10 o'clock, but then I'll be thinking about it, you know, 10 p.m. here, because so I'll end up sort of working late, you know. So I do sometimes work late, but I generally sort of regret it because it will.
The older we get, the more it affects us that you stay up late. Yeah. I'm not saying you're old. I'm not saying you're old. Short, but I
that's how I've been for a while, though, I think. I know. But yeah, I mean, I've always, you know, in the animation industry, like we're saying, there was often working late and working weekends. So I think I've always had that kind of work ethic of not really being a 9 to 5 kind of person. But I kind of force myself to try and be a bit more like that sometimes when I can, you know. When I feel like I can.
Do you find, like, how much time do you, it's gonna sound maybe like a silly question, but how much time do you find to actually make work for yourself?
Not enough, I suppose. But I mean, even like little things like this, just playing, I do it occasionally, like, you know, as a little sort of warm up to start off in the morning, and I never regret it, even if it's for 10 or 15 minutes. It's always so worthwhile. So I know it's a really important part of my practice, but whether I do enough of it, that's another thing, you know. I've got to decide time-wise whether I start on another thing now. So
that's up to you.
I feel like she's done. That took a lot longer than I thought it would. It's because I was so slow with the thinking, talking.
You've gotten better at it. This is, every time I say this, that people always get worried about talking and working at the same time, and then eventually it just sort of clicks in, and people, like, they just realize that it's sort of like you're in a studio with other people. Like when you were doing the animation, were you working alongside other people at the time?
Yes. I'm going to set up another one and try and do a kind of a quick. It's going to be another big coat one, so I'll pop this one to the side. Yes. A lot of the animation work was in studios in Soho, in London, and a little bit in East London. yeah, like a big gang. And the people I work with are still my sort of good friends now. There's a really lovely, that was a really lovely social thing, really. And yeah, a lot of the sort of culture of sort of going out after work and all that kind of thing. But some jobs were working from home actually as well.
That's one of the, like, I did not particularly, looking back at it, I did not particularly like the animation job that I had. It was not like, just the time frame doing things and all that kind of stuff was challenging. But one of my favorite things were those like late nights hanging out with people and playing music while you're working, and
Yes.
all the little side things that sort of happen in that world. And the sort of like camaraderie that happened late at night when people were tired and you get silly and whatnot. That was my favorite part of all of that. And I look back fondly on that moment, not necessarily the deadlines, not necessarily the every job that we worked on, but those moments where it's like, oh, I'm going to play some silly music in the background, we're going to dance for 15 minutes.
Yeah.
Like, those
So
are the moments.
did you work in animation for quite a while?
For about 5 years, something like that, for TV animation. So we did stuff for the a lot of work for Cartoon Network, and I don't know if do you guys have Cartoon Network over there?
Yeah.
And then some stuff for stuff like what's called WGBH, which is our local public channel, but it's broadcast around the country. Like, different regions have their own little thing. Like Mr. Rogers was from Philadelphia, but everybody saw it. Same thing with this. It was a show that was actually called Time Warp Trio. That was Lane Smith and John Cheska, sort of a early chapter book series.
Oh yeah.
We translated that into an animated show and a few other odds and ends, but primarily for television. I don't think there was any. I'm trying to think if was there anything else that we did besides television? I don't think we did. They might have done some games and stuff after I left, but for the most part, television.
Mm.
It was okay. Again, I wouldn't say that it was my most favoritist job in the world. There's a reason I left. There is a reason I left.
Okay. Yeah.
It's taxing, and I started teaching, and teaching was super exciting and fun and new and vibrant and whatnot, and the reward factor was that much higher.
Yeah.
Have you ever taught?
I have a bit actually, but only
like the
sort of on a sort of like visiting lecturer, doing, I enjoy. I've done quite a lot of talks for university students, that kind of age, and then maybe doing a little workshop afterwards. Over the years, just a little bit of that, which I have found enjoyable. I do find it quite inspiring being around students. It's a lovely world, isn't it, to be?
It is fun to be. I mean, it's challenging when you get caught up in like some of the drama along with it, but it is fun to be in an environment where there's constant like learning and invention happening, or those kind of like that mentality of I'm discovering things on a regular basis is pretty awesome.
Yeah.
I thoroughly enjoy it, and I'm not sure that I would know what to do with myself if I was in an environment that didn't have that same sort of like discovery on a regular basis.
Yeah.
An office job is not for me.
No.
And I know it's probably not for a lot of people, but a lot of people do them. But it's definitely not for me. I think after 20 years teaching so far, being in an environment where I have to sit in a cubicle would probably be heartbreaking for me, to say the least. I'm trying to figure out how I do the feet on these moles. Ugh. I kind of backed myself into a corner here. So what are we making now? What's this? We're doing a coat with
Yeah.
with triangles this time. Okay. Do you always use a stencil, or do you ever freehand it?
No, I don't always use a stencil. No, in fact, often with a rubber stamp, that'll just be that'll just be kind of independent of its own. But I just thought it was quite good fun to. This is sort of different to how I would normally work on the. So my iPad thing is saying live video ended, but maybe I just need to refresh it.
Yeah, it's still going. It's every once I get that too, and I think it's just the live feed or what's going through to that iPad has like it's a glitch essentially.
Okay, I'm going. There we go. I can go. There we go. Yes.
And so I don't see that on my end, and every once in a while I'll get that though, and I think that something's gone horribly awry, and it's just a fluke. So, or at least okay. Let me cut this guy out here. So let me. My wife worked at the animation studio as well, and she said that they did web cartoons early on, but I wasn't part of that. Do you remember back in the day of like Flash animated?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, that was part of what we did. The company did. I did not participate in that. I was post that era. The like Shockwave, and I'm trying to think of all the different sites that were like that. Newgrounds. There are a bunch of them that did that sort of webtoons of sorts.
Yeah.
I see my wife is chiming in from afar. Now, you said you have a partner of some sort. Are they an artist as well?
Well, he did the same degree as me. Started off as a graphic designer, but then carried on being a graphic designer, unlike me, who veered off. So we've got the same starting point, but he now works in design, doing UX, user experience design, but has a good visual eye. So he's part of my creative process, which is a little bit tedious for him, but it's nice to get a respected opinion.
He's your
on things
of the day.
Sorry?
I said, is he your first critique of the day?
Yeah. I feel a bit sorry for him. Can you just come and have a look? And but
did he study anything that would be like, obviously if he was from the same program, there was some overlap of some sort, but was he primarily design right from the beginning?
Yeah, well, we weren't on the same course, but he did graphic design degree and MA at the Royal College of Art, and sort of set up a little really lovely design company with a friend, and had lots of sort of different worked in lots of different areas, and it's kind of evolved over the years, but has kind of more regular work than me, really. More conventional full-time work, let's say, rather than freelance.
Does he go into a studio proper?
Yes.
Is he jealous?
Sorry?
I said, is he jealous of your freedom?
Oh, good question.
Gotta ask him. Right in his face.
I wonder I wonder if he's even watching. Maybe he has to comment. Because yeah, Martin was coming home from work after we started, so he's probably in the other room. Whether he's listening in, I don't know. Whilst we talk about him.
Do you want him watching?
Oh no, I'm yeah, I'm happy for him to. If he, but anyway, so
There's certain,
yeah, so
I was gonna say there's certain things that I do that, like, when I'm doing this, I don't mind if my wife watches, but there was a point where she came in and sat in on a workshop that I did at one point, and it made me so nervous. And I think
right.
was she also studied art, and so I felt like I was like, if I don't do a good job, she's gonna know. And so there was a like a not a competition thing, but there was definitely a worry that I was going to be seen. I was going to be outed in front of everybody because she's going to know that I'm making stuff up, or I'm I'm not as smart as I pretend to be. But she did stay with me for the Ireland class that I taught, and she was fine there.
Oh, great.
Yeah. Let's see if I can get. I'm watching to see like the stencils. Now you're doing double stencils on this with.
Yes, I'm just going to sort of try and build up. I'm going to not be quite so random on this one. That's my plan.
So you say random though? Does that mean the other one you didn't know? Like, what do you consider random? Because you're also doing.
The other one was very random in terms of where I was placing and what I just sort of just went a bit crazy with all those different colors and overlap. It was really unpredictable. Really.
Are you happy with the result though?
Oh, I quite like it. I quite like it. I've done something similar in the past, which I preferred, let's be honest. But I'm very self-critical. But there are some gorgeous little bits of the color overlap.
Yeah.
It's fun. I mean, I like, my kind of brief to myself was to play and have fun with this, and sort of not do perfect little masterpieces, but just sort of do some experimenting. And so I think it's achieved that, so that's fine. Yeah.
So let's talk for a second about the idea of imposter syndrome.
Okay.
The idea of like judging ourselves before we need to be judged. How often do you find yourself falling prey to the imposter syndrome?
I suppose that it's something that creeps up every now and again. I mean, particularly in situations possibly where, like doing events and things like that, where I'm not as experienced. I think I might feel a little bit occasionally out of my depth. So that it creeps in, but it's manageable. It's nothing crippling.
Do you find, like, when you're done with a piece of artwork, do you said you're, sometimes you're overly critical. Do you find that there are, how do I want to put this? Not necessarily there are moments where it's less, but are there things that you're more critical of in your work? Like, I'm someone who is more critical about color choices or about placement of things than I am about the perfect texture for the perfect spot. Even though it is textured, I sort of I like I trust that the texture will be okay. But when it comes to placement, I get really nitpicky, and or the like the exact shape. Sometimes I can go back. Like I just removed a piece because I thought the color was off-putting to me, and now I'm gonna redo it.
Oh yeah.
But
Yeah.
what are the things that you often find yourself like challenging your perception over?
I mean, that nitpicky thing, it's amazing. It's amazing how I can get so sort of offended or upset by something that I feel like that's not working on the page. And it could be anything really about it, but you know, making sure getting the poses just right and making sure the composition's just right, and there's so many elements, aren't there? I'm going to squirt out a little bit of paint because I think I'll be able to get a nice colour with this. Where did I?
The one of the okay, so like outside of the imposter syndrome, I want to talk a little bit about style too. The big S word within the Kidlit world or in the not just Kidlit but illustration world is that word style, and people interpret it different ways, and people have perceptions of sort of the best way to approach. How did you come about your aesthetic? I'm not saying style, but your aesthetic or your approach, your voice. How did that have come to be?
It's quite a long evolution to be what it is, I suppose. And a lot of it comes down to sort of taste and what I'm sort of drawn to. But it's so hard to define, isn't it? It's almost like going through archaeology of layers and layers of of different
like
things that have been in my life. Like because
well, what is it? Let's talk about sort of what are you looking at? Like what are the things that you're influenced by, both in and out of the world of Kidlit? Like obviously we can go and say like, oh, there's going to be artists that look like your work or that you've pulled from in some way, but are there other things outside of that we'd be surprised by knowing?
Well, I always I mean, it's always great to get inspiration from other areas, isn't it? Outside of Kidlit, and even anything like even if it just inspires ideas for a book, like you know, like watching a film or going to a brilliant exhibition, and it just sparks something that's completely it just takes you by surprise. It's so valuable to just put yourself, you know, like a play or anything, any cultural thing has potential to sort of get the synapses. And it's interesting sort of listening to interesting podcasts or anything, you know, like it's just filling your brain with interesting facts or anything can help spark ideas that then obviously might have potential to become a book. But and I do get a lot of inspiration from going and seeing new places and traveling, and I quite often see something that inspires me and just hold on to it as a kind of memory, you know, like it might just be, for example, seeing a group of people in sort of transparent raincoats in a queue to a museum,
which is
something that happened in Paris like a while ago. Just brilliant, beautiful. They were all sort of lined up. I thought, oh, gosh, that would make a nice illustration. The sort of overlap, you know, because I've obviously got a bit of a thing for sort of overlapping colour. And I thought about that for quite a long time, and then ended up doing an illustration. Now then, let me see if I can get it actually. But this was years later. Okay, so there's. I'll hold. I'll put it under the
microscope.
Under the microscope. So I'll hold on to a memory of something I've seen, and I don't always draw it instantly. I might draw it like 6 years later.
Yeah.
Which is what happened with these raincoats that will appear on the feed at some point. And then that informed the characters that were in my book, Silver Linings. So that's just a kind of example of.
I can definitely see the like connection of approach. I like the little like line work embedded.
Yes.
Like looking at Silver Lining here in the background, and I like that little hint of line work that's sort of embedded. So like it's almost like it's a little kid who couldn't paint within the lines.
Oh right, yeah.
I like that little approach that you have on that small one. Do you ever take photos or reference or use reference in general?
Yeah, well, I have been known to take photos of of myself doing poses and things like that. Right. and then also I have also been known to sort of go out with my sketchbook and draw things to, you know, when I was doing the Lion Girl, I went to I took infinite amounts of photos of just different things and buildings and millions of photos of train stations, and then I actually drew. I drew. There's an opening spread where there was a train station, and you know, it just always helps to kind of go to the source,
have the reference,
and do sketches. So yeah, so when I feel like I need it, I'll do things like that that always help.
Is there a shoot? I'm looking at color here. Is there a go-to for you in the way that you design characters, in the sense of like, you know, with your design background, with the shape and cutting the right stencil and or you know, stamp, what have you? Is there a method in which you design characters to this is probably the wrong term, but like evoke a certain characteristic? Like I'm looking at the book Look, they have very round faces in there, but that also I think is probably to connect to some of the shapes that are hidden within, like the book, things of the sort.
So, yes.
But how much of that, shape design and approach comes into your work?
Well, it's interesting. Talking about Look, because that one is a lot more graphic, because the idea of the book sort of dictated the aesthetic for that, really.
Yeah.
So there's not so much of the sort of expressive line work, because but you know, like you were turning the pages, there's like a big car and the wheels of Zoom are
Yeah.
the double O's.
You have to.
And so it needed that kind of graphic, and it needed to be legible. And that really dictated the style of those kids, having to be a little bit more simple and graphic. And I think there's a point where I sort of use their round head to be an O, probably. I can't remember. But so that is an example of, it was the character design was really dictated by the idea and the best way of communicating that idea, and making sure, because throughout the book, for people who haven't seen it, a lot of the times the O's of the words are incorporated into the illustration, and yeah, it has to be quite graphic and simplified.
But with some of the other ones, how, like, obviously some of the other books, meaning some of the designs and some of the approach is coming from some sort of design element. Like you are not just randomly choosing the shapes that you choose. And I'm wondering sort of, how do you go about that process of picking those shapes, or knowing that it's the right shape for said subject or for the character or what have you?
Yeah. I think well, often the process will be one of sort of a drawing first, and yeah, it's kind of an intuitive thing of sort of working out a shape that just feels right for that character.
How much trial and error is there? Well, it's interesting. I don't know. Some characters are so quick, and I'd say that more often than not, it's quite a quick, decisive process when it goes well. I mean, but often there'll be, refinement to get it spot on. But often it is quite a quick process. Do you find, because one of the things that I sort of like to pride myself on, sort of allowing the shape to, how do I put this? I like a clunkier shape.
Yeah.
And so, like, perfectionism and getting out rulers and things of that sort is not my cup of tea.
Yeah.
In the way that I work. And so when I'm cutting shapes, I intentionally sort of like misalign things, or I allow little sort of, hairy bits.
Little idiosyncrasies.
Yeah. I like the irregular, just like you mentioned with those blow pens, the idea of like that inconsistency is actually part of what makes it consistent and makes it my style or what have you.
Yeah.
Are there things that you look at with your work that you go, oh, this is like the marker of a good piece for yourself, in the sense of like your shapes are like robust, or I'm trying to think of like good descriptive words that could be tied.
Yeah, I mean, that's quite an interesting one. I mean, I think I do enjoy it when there's a kind of, I love it when I've produced something to just quickly. I mean, I've had a lot of fun. Have you come across the Colour Collective?
Heard of? I don't know if I've.
It's like a lovely Penny Neville Lee, who's a lovely, talented illustrator over here in the UK. She set it up, and it was originally on Twitter. And there's a colour each week, and the brief is just create a piece inspired by that, using that colour. As simple as that.
Okay.
And everyone posts at a certain time on a Friday evening. And I've not done any for ages, but I used to love that challenge, because quite often I'd like knock off a little bit early on a Friday if I'd had a good week, and there's ultimately a deadline, and you have to do it really quickly. And so I like that sort of, when I put myself in that situation where it has to be done quickly, and it forces me not to really overthink and just play.
Yeah.
And
Sort of the spontaneity and the
yeah, and it's a really nice, exciting feeling, isn't it, where you just kind of like do it and don't over fuss it, because you can't. And I think often I do better work in that situation. So
I mean, I feel like it's one of the reasons why I like doing these gabbing doodles in a way, is because they force me to think on my feet. And
yeah.
I don't ever have, I mean, I have a sketch sometimes, like I did today, but the sketch literally happens 3 minutes before we hop on.
Brilliant.
And so
wow. Yeah.
it's none of it is planned or organized in a way wherein I know exactly what I'm walking into until, the moment of. And to me, that spontaneity factor is sort of, well, forget, because this sounds like I'm boasting, but I feel like people who are good at art don't have to overthink all the time, or don't have to plan. They can just do it.
Yeah.
It's a testament to artists who can get up in front of a crowd and draw, or people who can make something in a out of a new material, or in a new setting, without really having to go and like research for days and days on end in order for
yeah.
And not everybody can do that. And I do think that, like, even last night when I had the kids at the library, it was interesting to watch their reaction when someone asked me to draw a pangolin. And so I drew.
Oh.
I needed a little reference help. I just needed to know what the nose looked like, basically. But once I got that, it was, okay, I got a Sharpie marker and I'm drawing on paper, and I'm not even questioning, like, let me sketch out some lines or anything of the sort. It was just full on go. I just don't think everybody has that ability to, and again, I'm not trying to boast or brag here, but I think that artists sometimes just have a gut feeling that they can just jump into it and not have to over process.
Yeah.
Do you have what's the craziest, and thinking of sort of spontaneity and that idea of having to react to things, what's the craziest, or one of the craziest things that's ever happened to you while working on a project? Did you ever have stuff get canceled? Did you ever have, I'm trying to think of all the different variables that could be in play. An art director came to you and said, "We hate everything that you're doing"?
Oh my God. Okay, hang on. I
would hope that one's not it. But
no. I think I must have had quite an easy ride of it. Really, there's no horror stories, or if there have been, I've managed to
block them out.
Just block them out. Yeah. I've not got a good story. I've not got a good one for that one, Mark. I'm afraid.
That's okay. I'm glad that you haven't had those. I just figured there was probably I figured that most people have some sort of ooh, this one really, challenged me, or I had to deal with an art director who, was upset, or a deadline got shifted, or things of that sort. But more power to you if you haven't had to deal with that, because that's not always
things. There's things like text being changed for a book when you've already done quite a lot of work, and things like that you didn't see coming, which obviously delays things. I've had, you know, little glitches. It's not like it's not always pain free.
Yeah. Now, with the work that you've done, have you ever thought about going back to animation, or have you thought about doing animation for any of the projects that you're working on?
Well, I'd love things to go full circle and for one of my books to end up being a film or something. I mean, obviously, that would be just lovely. So that's something that would be nice, but I've not done anything much to kind of make that happen.
Yeah.
But that's kind of up there in the sort of dream things. And quite often when I have a book out, I work with my friend Mackie, who's a brilliant animator who's always keen to do a little fun animation loop or something, you know, with the character. So that's always nice. And I'd love to do more animation again one day, like even if it's just me playing around and doing something on my own, just for the joy of seeing things move.
Yeah. Wasn't there the silver linings or something of the sort? Maybe it was Look. Isn't there something of the sort on your Instagram where characters are moving?
Yeah. So recently there was the Little Lion Girl. Mackie did do that was the recent one, and okay. There's been, and I did post the loop from Hiding Heidi, the little girl on a space hopper.
Okay, maybe that's what I'm thinking of.
I posted that really quite recently, and I don't do the animations, but I sort of work, you know, with Mackie, sort of providing the elements and talking about it, and
do you get to play art director at least and critique?
Yeah, that kind of thing. Yeah.
Yeah, not good enough. Do it again, or what have you.
Yeah. But yeah, she's brilliant. So that's nice. But yes, I mean, my favourite thing when I was working in animation was providing the illustrations for someone else to animate, and that because I did all sorts of different roles within the industry.
Yep.
And it was always, that was, and that's what I suppose made me want to get into what I was doing. And I did a really lovely job that was doing drawings which were for an animated trailer for a book, for an adult book, where I had to respond to the text and the characters. So it was so similar to illustrating a picture book, really, because I had to respond to the text and do a drawing that captured the atmosphere of the book. And that really helped plant the seed of like, oh gosh, I really enjoyed that. You know, maybe that's something it'd be nice to do more of.
Is there, like, I've often had people say, oh, you're an animator, you could just animate your you know, trailers and things of the sort, which I don't do trailers anymore. I used to back in the day, but I feel like they're not the same. Like, I feel like you don't see them as much as you did, you know, 5 years ago. But
oh, right.
I'm not sure exactly why. I mean, I don't think maybe it's just not as much of a reward for them as there once was, because of social media. Like, there's so many other options on how to promote your work. But I've always, whenever someone says that, the first thing that crosses my mind is just the amount of work involved.
Oh, yeah.
And so, like, I like the idea of having an animator friend that can just tackle it for you. Give it to them. Do you pay them, to the person that does that, or is that something where it's sort of out of the kindness of their heart?
It's been a little bit of both, but unfortunately, there's never a lot of money involved. My first book, there was a budget for a trailer, which I think I probably supplemented a little bit because I had quite a lot of people working on it. But it was it's that thing of when it's your debut book, it's
Yeah,
like,
you go big.
it, yeah, exactly. So that was so worth doing.
I definitely.
Because no one's heard of you.
Yeah.
No, and I think you never. The interesting thing is you never really know what helps sell the book, do you?
Nope. My first book I did, or my first authored book, let's put it that way, I put in a lot of money into little free giveaways and things of the sort, and they were fine. There was nothing wrong with them, but it definitely, like, I don't have the same interest or financial input as I once did in that situation. I mean, I the first book I authored was a book called Fruit Bowl, and I actually had tomato seed packets made with tomatoes in them, like seeds in them that people could plant, and did all this stuff.
Yeah, I did that for my book Poppy and the Blooms, and I hand printed the character on these gorgeous little seed packets, and we sent them out to the book reviewers.
And it's like,
and I still think, I hope they grew poppies from that.
Yeah, no, I've had people like grow tomatoes, and it's great that they did that, and it was great for schools, honestly, because I could just leave some for a school, and they could say, oh, we all have a little pouch of tomatoes that we're going to grow a tomato plant in class or whatever. But just the cost alone was pretty darn expensive. Now I had mine printed by a professional company and whatnot, and so, like, I probably could have saved doing it other ways, but I just didn't have the time or the patience to do it myself. But just the reward factor, like, now I look at it and go, like, there's so many other things I could spend my time on that would be more beneficial to me than printing 500 seed packets.
Oh wow! Yeah, I didn't do that.
No,
many.
I probably still have some around here, and they still work. I know students or people have taken them and grown stuff with them, but it's just like it was a lot of effort for not enough reward. Let's put it that way.
Yeah.
I have to find the right color here. Tell me a little bit about your. I'm watching you do the pattern work here, which is fascinating to see. Not the pattern that I would have, like, even expected. You started. I was expecting triangles through the whole thing, but I love this, like, triangle rectangle.
I know
it's very, very modern.
There is a. I'm holding. Let me see. There is a pencil sketch I'm holding under. That I'm loosely looking at.
Oh, is there? Okay. So you have a pattern that you're trying to match there.
Well, no, I only occasionally look at it. I'm letting it go. All over the place.
Gotcha. Oh, okay.
But it's loosely.
It's based on something. Yeah.
Yeah.
Gotcha. Tell me a little bit about sort of your hopes and dreams for your career or for your, the books in the future, things that you want to get to accomplish or things that you want to achieve in the world of kid lit or outside of that even.
Well, I mean, I feel like I've been so lucky that I've managed to do the books that I have done, and I just hope to kind of continue doing work I'm proud of, really, and to kind of continue to be sort of challenged and sort of because there's so much variety, isn't there, within. There's so much potential for different children's books. So potentially I've probably just scratched the surface. I mean, I do intend to sort of spend a bit more time developing ideas, and that's what I love. That's one of my favorite things, just sort of letting an idea grow and seeing where it goes. There's so many different areas, aren't there, like sort of novelty books, board books. It'd be nice to do something like that. Like it'd be nice to have a really successful board book series.
Has your agent talked to you at all about the graphic design, or not graphic, the graphic novel side of things?
No, not really. I mean, I know a lot of people are doing graphic novels, aren't they?
one of those things where I just feel like everybody talks about doing graphic novels at this point, and it's I don't know if it's in the cards for me at all, to be honest, just because
Would
of
you like to?
only because there's people who are interested in it, but not because it's my my forte. I think the challenge for me is, and I don't know if it'd be the same for you, but just aesthetically, I think I'd have to change my aesthetic quite a bit to get
Yeah.
into something like that, and I don't know if I want to do that.
No.
Like it would just have to be much more sort of like drawn and less of a collage piece or less of a paint piece. And I feel like that's sort of the heart of what I do. And so to change that or to get rid of the sort of bread and butter that I'm used to, maybe a bit of a challenge. And I also think it's going to be a flooded market eventually. There's going to be too many of them.
It will do. It will be. Yeah, it will be soon, won't it?
I mean, just the amount that I've seen, like through my son and at various festivals and whatnot. It's not to say they're not good, but I just have a feeling that there's going to be a push towards something else at some point. And I don't know what that is yet, but I don't know. I still love making picture books. I still love the age group in particular.
Yeah.
And sort of like I feel like there's more influence potentially at this age group that we're working in. Have you? Who's your agent? Is Bright Agency, right?
Yes, that's right. Yeah.
And how's the relationship been with them? I mean, obviously good because you're still there, but
yeah. I mean, yeah. I mean, obviously, everything I've done has kind of come through opportunities that they've kind of lined up for me, really.
Yeah.
And I think they took me on when I probably didn't quite have, the perfect portfolio yet.
Okay.
So I think, they took me on with seeing potential and then kind of helped get me to the stage where, I think there was probably quite a bit of work to get the first book deal. It wasn't like an instant thing. So they've been really great at kind of guiding things along.
And Bright is known for doing other things besides Kidlit too. So do they ever give you any jobs that are un-Kidlit related?
Well, I guess there's been a little bit of the sort of licensing stuff.
Okay.
Which is something I haven't fully exploited the potential of, but that's quite a nice extra thing when you can get a little card deal from something that you did a few years ago. It's like a nice little extra.
Yeah. I've had a couple instances of like stock art or licensing type things like that where you've already done it and then all of a sudden you get a little paycheck for it and
that's nice, isn't it? It's a bit of a no-brainer. Like, okay, that's a lovely thing.
I'm
really.
not gonna count of any sort. Why would I?
Yeah.
Do you work with one particular agent there? Because it is a big agency, and they do have a lot of folks that work.
They do. They do. Well, in the time I've been there, I've had a few agents. Just So I've got an agent at the moment, lovely Amy, who's covering for maternity leave from Freddie, who was my agent before. But I mean, that transitions worked really well. And Amy happens to live quite locally to where I am, so we meet, sometimes in the local cafe and things, which is nice.
I was going to say, Bright is technically out of London, right? That's where
they are, but they've got US offices.
Yeah.
And at one point, I had an agent who was in New York, which is probably why I ended up with my US publisher. During that time, whilst I had an agent based in the US. you know, but they've got an office. They've got an office out there, so they're always. That is a good thing for as a UK author to kind of know that my work is being shown there too.
Do you have, like, thinking about that idea of the UK versus the US, not just in the but in the idea of publishing, and I don't think I've ever asked anybody this, and so bear with me in sort of the sentiment here, but I'm wondering, is there some sort of like rivalry or some sort of concern on in the sense of, like, the US definitely has a big publishing industry. There is a market here that potentially is just bigger because there's so many publishers in New York, and you know it seems to be a hub for a lot of industry in the US. And obviously there is sections in the UK, and the UK has its own industry, etc. But to break into the US, or to have a book that takes off here, oftentimes you have to have some relationship to something in the US, whether it be a publisher or an agent or something of the sort. Do you feel like that there is a pressure to try to get books in the US just because of the larger population?
Oh yeah, yes. I think there's definitely, so a book that's published by a UK publisher, it's always the ambition that we want it to be coming out in the US as well. You know, that you want it to be sort of brought up and have that kind of co-edition arrangement where it'll definitely be out. Yeah, it's definitely seen as a big achievement and something that everyone's aiming for at the publishers. Yes.
Do they talk about that up front, or is that something?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. It's kind of like it's considered a real achievement when you do, if you get that, because it's considered that it means there ought to be. The understanding is that 'cause it's such a big country that it ought to, guarantee a nice amount of sales, hopefully. But as we know, there's a lot of books out there, aren't there? So it's kind of,
well, it's like I've had books published in other countries, or translated to other languages and things of that sort, and the books have come out in different areas, but there was never the talk up front of like, hey, this is, I mean, obviously there was, like, in the contract, there's a thing that says if it gets published, but there was never a, like, it'd be great if we get it here, or it's great if we get it there, because I assume that there's, like, the big market is the US. And I could be wrong. I could be very, very wrong, honestly. But I've always had that assumption that the goal of getting into the US market just opens up doors for finances, for money of sorts, and the more that can happen, the more that publishers want it. So.
Yes, exactly. Yeah, it's definitely considered a good thing, but I mean, it's the whole the aim for whole world domination, really. I think I get the impression that there isn't such an emphasis on the need for co-editions so much with the US books, whereas the UK market is dependent on it in order to make a profit, because
there definitely is not the same, like, pressure to go overseas. I mean, obviously if it goes overseas, that's huge, and that helps, but I don't think, like I said, I don't think there's the talk or the, like, pressure that gets put on in the sense of the finances to that generally, unless you're like a big name book of some sort, are not going to drastically change or drastically improve. Like, I've had books, like I said, translated in other countries, but I don't think that they're adding to a huge sales.
No,
more so.
No, because often, I mean, they add up, but often there's not huge quantities always, or whatever. But it's such a lovely thing, isn't it, just to be imagining kids with your books in all these different places, though. That is such a lovely thing.
I've most of the books that I've done have basically stayed in the region that they're in, but there are a couple of them that just have translated really well to other countries, or they've they've tried to translate them, and we'll see. I haven't seen the numbers yet on some of them, so I just have to wait until they roll in. But do you keep track of the numbers that you have on stuff? Like, do you try to keep track of like what's selling where and things of the sort, or do you just kind of like disconnect from that in a way?
I do check in on it. I do. I find it interesting, getting a gauge on, and I guess as time goes by, I'm getting more of a sense of understanding what to expect and what to I like. It's interesting to know, isn't it?
I know definitely with my first book, I was like tracking sales for the first 6 months of what's it doing. Is it doing okay in this market? Is it doing okay in that market? And I think I've kind of disconnected from it at a certain point. But
I mean, I'll read the royalty statement. I don't really do more than that.
Yeah. If you're getting royalties, you're doing okay at that point. Do you when you do have the stuff come over to the States, do they treat it in a or do you get a big ta-da moment from the publishers again, or is it just sort of a now it's out in the States?
It's been a while since that's happened, but no, not such a big, not generally not such a big ta-da moment, actually.
Yeah.
No. And it's that thing of being so sort of distant that it's quite hard to kind of control that, and sort of I always do my bit on social media, but you're not there. You can't kind of go around all the shops and things. That's why I really loved it when I went to New York. It's seeing, it's kind of makes it real. It's a bit abstract, kind of. Oh, my book's out in America. Because my Green Willow ones are available in the UK, and indie bookshops buy them in, but they don't do a different sort of UK edition that's in lots of shops.
Yeah, that makes sense.
So that's why it's nice when I go to America to see those ones, sort of to witness them, kind of. Yeah. I'm trying to sort of speed up because really I should probably be heading off soon.
Okay, no pressure. I mean, if you need to duck out, I'm not. Again, I won't be offended of any sort.
It'll be nice to just finish off this little coat because I might not get a chance to sit and do it for a while if I don't do it now.
That's my general sentiment on most of my work is like I want to get it done in the instance in which I'm making it, because I won't ever get back to it again in the same capacity. And so having I will finish this today before I stop of any sort, because if I don't, then I don't think I'll ever come back to it. And so I understand. I get the vibe. Is there oh shoot, there we go. That's what I want. Is there so I'm going to ask a few more questions while we're working here then. Is there a a a book that you are working on currently or is in your head that you think is going to be sort of the next big thing for you? I know, loaded statement, but like just the idea of like, I have some books that are in the background where I'm like, oh, I think will change the way that I make work if I can get it done. If I can follow through with my idea.
That's exciting. It's the next big thing. I mean, I must admit, the project I'm working on now, the one that's the deadline, has been really interesting because it's a rather unusual poetry book, the 64-page project. So that's like a whole new thing. Like, it's been really challenging and it's really exciting because it's so different, and it's incredibly very heavy on the problem solving, kind of using that my graphic designer brain, more than normal. I'm not going to say, you know, the next big thing, but you know, like it's a new area.
Yeah, it's a new venture.
Picture books that I've not worked in before, so that makes it really interesting and exciting for me.
Is this one that you wrote, or is this one that someone?
No, someone else has written it. Yeah. So it's another interesting collaboration, and I'm working on this. I'm working with Walker Books, who are very lovely, and so, you know, the US sister company is Candlewick, isn't it? Yeah. So
but it cut us off, so I'm hopping back on right now, and I'm gonna get us back up and running. I know Fiona can't stay for a long time, but I'm gonna stay and try to finish this guy, and that will probably take me another hour, is my guess. So let me see if I can get Fiona back on here. I don't know. Again, for some reason it just stopped in the middle of filming there. I didn't touch anything. It's not my fault. Don't blame me. But let me see if I can get Fiona back on here real quick. And it was on my end, whatever it was, that did that. So I have sent a invite to her, and we'll see what happens. In the meantime, I'm going to continue to work on my moles. There's going to be a ladder here, just for anybody. Okay, you there?
hello.
I don't know what happened. It just stopped. It
I think
just like,
I was happily chatting away to you, and then I noticed.
Yeah, no, I thought something had happened, and I looked up, and then all of a sudden it said, like, your video recording has ended, which is too early for it to end. So it was some issue on Instagram's part, but I don't mean to keep you too. I don't want to like go, oh, now you got to do another 4 hours of any sort.
Right. I won't. I'll probably, let's see what the time is. I'm going to try and finish off in quarter of an hour.
Okay. So I apologize for the technical snafu there, but we are back up and running for those that are able to tune back in. So tell me a little bit about sort of your reaction to getting books. Like I opened up a new book that's coming out for me this fall. I have to think. The other day, I got it in the mail and got to see it for the first time. And of course, that's always exciting to get the opportunity to see it for the first time. And I'm wondering, sort of like, is your reaction most of the time like, this is amazing? Have you gotten to the point where you're like, oh, it's another book, and you've disconnected from it? Where do we stand on some of that?
I've not disconnected. I still can't get used to the enormity of it, to be honest. I mean, I know it probably isn't the same as the first ever book, but yeah, it's still a really big deal. And also that build up to, you know, I still find it quite an exciting / nerve-wracking experience when you're approaching publication. And it's just I still find it quite a bizarre thing, and particularly with an author illustrated thing, to think of something that grew from my head and I just have worked in this room and then suddenly it's out in the world. And I always say it's a little bit like sending out a message in a bottle, and you don't know where it's going to end up.
Yeah.
And that's one of the things I love about it. So yeah, I've not got used to it, and it is still a moment when that box comes. It is.
I imagine that is the preferred thing. I don't think I've lost the charm of seeing it the first time, but it is something where, like, I think the first time I saw it, that was super special.
Oh,
like
yeah.
it's diminished. I don't think it's gone, but I think that first time I saw a book, I was like, oh, this is real. It's no longer just a pipe dream. Or, I mean, my experience originally was in editorial illustration, and so I had seen my work in print plenty of times before, but there was something different about seeing it in the context of a finished book. Like, it no longer is it just an image on a single page in something. It's actually the whole thing is mine, essentially. Which is a different sort of a different mentality. Let's put it that way.
Yeah.
Is there anything that that you've gotten the book and you're like, you see any mistakes after the fact? I've had that. I will tell you, I've had that a couple of times.
Ooh, nothing. No, nothing bad. I think the sort of thing I always forget to anticipate is
like, I think of you as a color person.
Yeah.
You like
oh,
bright colors, and I'm wondering, does that always come out the same way that you want?
That's an interesting thing that I have learned to accept, that it's never going to be, well, we know it's never going to be the same as it looks on screen.
Yes.
And also a lot of my books, well, all my books have been on that, the sort of uncoated wood-free paper, which has a personality of its own, which is so different to the luminosity of looking at something on a screen. And I've learned that it's just going to be a different thing. So I've got quite good at not being too precious, but often the colours are very different, and often they can be quite different to the proofs that you've looked at. And
now, are they different in the sense that they're like darker, or are they lighter?
Well, just like, like after painstaking alterations or whatever, and then you just have to sort of it still looks nice, It's kind of like I once it's done, I'm quite good at thinking, that's it, it's too late now. It's like, that's it, that's what we've got, that's the book. Let's not stress about it anymore. We've done it, and it is what it is. I've got quite good at being like that, and not getting too upset if it's not quite the exact red, or
that it doesn't have to be. It doesn't have to be perfect. Yeah.
They're out there now, and there's nothing we can do. But whilst
there's been a couple of mine where it's like there was something that, if we can get it in the second printing, then great. But there's very little you can do when it's like a major thing, because they've already printed thousands of them.
I know.
What are you going to do, right?
Yeah, exactly. Whilst I've still got the book to fiddle with it, I'll do all I can to make it as good as I can. But once it's done, it's done, isn't it? It's like, it's too late now to worry. Yeah.
You gotta ship yourself out, or not ship yourself out. You got to move on.
Yeah.
You have bigger fish to fry, as they say. I see Illustrated wrote, when illustrating, what software does Fiona use? So are you a Photoshop? Are you a Procreate? What are we using for your software?
Primarily, I scan everything into yeah, and composite it in Photoshop. So I couldn't live without Photoshop. But I do use Procreate a bit, just to literally. I've used it a bit for doing sketches, and also just the odd little tweak. I really like some of the brushes, and I like the fact it liberates me from always having to be in this room, even though it is a nice room. Sometimes I can go to other places and do a little bit of work.
That your
on the
proper
iPad
studio there, like studio space?
It is really, yeah. It's a dedicated workroom,
Yeah,
which is nice. So yeah, I use Procreate as a way of just making another element that I'll then take into Photoshop. But yeah, and it's quite useful for doing little tweaks and things. I really like the sort of pencil line I can get in Procreate.
I think I've over time have figured out that I like actually doing most of my work in Procreate if I can.
Okay.
And it's not. It's funny because most of the work that I'm doing is like touch up, and I think that the selection tool in Procreate is slightly better, and that's the only reason why I would say that I jump in that one in particular, and it's such a dumb reason in a way because it's literally just it selects something better, but outside of that, it's Photoshop for color corrections. It's Photoshop for all the things that you would think you would want to use it for, but just that selection tool is so much easier. Do you have one of the questions I ask on here, and bear with me because it's probably like pretty basic question, but we have lots of new folks that are, again, trying to break into the industry or things of the sort, and it's an opportunity for us to share words of wisdom. And since I know that you're sort of wrapping up your way, do you have any insight or things that you wish someone told you when you were starting out in the industry that you could share with folks? If you don't, that's okay. I just wanted to...
No. I'm just having a little think. It's such, for me, I just feel like it's such a sort of long game, like it's not so much a sort of I wish I'd known necessarily, but it's sort of, I just think if anyone's starting out, it's that nice thing of knowing one thing leads to another. It's like it's that thing of like do your best work and then something else is going to come. And I actually probably didn't anticipate that. That's probably something that would have been quite interesting to be told.
Meaning that, like, as long as you're doing good work, stuff will happen? Or
I think so, yeah. It's it's a really brilliant industry, isn't it? And it's kind of like I think often it's just people. It's the difficult thing of getting started, and then once you're in,
once you land that first contract, I mean, obviously there's maintenance. There are things that you got to do to continue to get contracts.
Yeah.
But I think once you're past that first hurdle, it definitely is the weight can be a little bit less. Let's put it that way. it's not as daunting, or you're not as worried about will people see me because someone already did.
Yeah.
You know,
Yeah.
Trying to slowly. I absolutely love the pattern now. I think this, and I know that you have a sketch that you're going by, but I like the variety and the line work. There's one little triangle that you did that's on the left-hand edge where you switched to line work,
Yeah.
vertical
I mean,
lines.
I'm just, I'm not even really looking at my sketch, but I thought this would be, this is me. It's like a bit of a sort of cheat. Well, it's not a cheat really, but I'm sort of thought it would be quite a nice. I thought this would be quite a brainless little fun task to sort of noodle away at whilst I'm chatting. But it's weird. I mean, it's quite nice, isn't it? I don't know. I think ordinarily I feel like I'm sort of not being as considered as I would be normally. Something about the whole talking and being, yeah. But no, it's quite nice. It's very therapeutic.
Well, I mean, one of the things that I like about your work in particular is just that, like, and this is a weird term, and I don't like using this term without contextualizing it, but the simplicity.
Okay, yeah.
Because simple, some people can look at the word simple and go, "Nah, you're downplaying," and I don't think that's what I'm doing. But I do really like the way that when you work with shape and when you work with color, your the overlap, the texture, the sort of when I say overlap, meaning transparencies, like there is a crispness, but also a looseness to sort of all the stuff that you do, and seeing you work here has been very helpful for me to understand sort of the process and approach that you have to choosing some of the designs. Like even when looking at the other one that you started or that you did before, there were decisions there that it was fun to watch and see, like, okay, how thick, how complex are you going to get that piece? And so my wife called it a quilt, what you have right now.
Well, yeah,
I love
it
the
is,
quilt.
isn't it? It
Yeah,
is.
it's very, very fun to watch and see the formation of all of this happening in front of us, essentially. Um, do you get to watch a lot of sort of live or go out to book events with other artists in general?
Yeah. Quite often there's a lot of the book events I normally go to are sort of book launches for, in the kind of kidlit community. And there's quite a lot of them. And it's a really supportive kind of community. So it's just really nice to kind of go and support your friends. And
Are you part of a crit group of some sort?
No, I don't. No, I haven't got a crit group, but I've got sort of. There's a lovely. I've got like sort of various, friends I can call on to get advice, or trusted peers, and like a little kind of WhatsApp group where I can kind of ask, where we ask each other advice.
I can imagine also the fact that you're in the UK, that there is quite a plethora of illustrators, and not just the UK but London in particular. There's got to be quite a plethora of illustrators there to be able to contact and network with.
Yeah.
On the computer.
Yeah, you're right, and it's nice because you sort of instantly get on because we're all in the same boat. So it's very easy to make. Look, that's like I said, that's been so lovely.
Before, well, I won't say before. Are there artists or in particular people that you are that you work with there on the regular that you should give a call out to?
That I work. Sorry.
As they. Oh, go ahead. Go ahead.
Did you say artists that I work with, or do you mean?
Like the equivalent of, like, you know, some people have the crit group, but are there people that deserve a shout out for all the help they give you on your books and things?
Well, like
assuming they're listening.
I wonder who, if anyone's. That would be. It feels quite late, really, to be expecting UK pals to be still with us.
Wait, what time is there? Oh, it's like 10:30 there. Okay,
yeah,
gotcha.
Yeah, quite late, isn't it? But yes, there's. I'm just seeing if I can get that feed to see what everybody else is seeing. But yes, there's loads of names I could do shout outs for. I'll be worried if I miss someone. So Mackie, my friend who does the animation,
yeah,
whose ears will be burning tonight, but she also is someone whose opinion I really respect for sort of showing my book, and she's good at sort of you know, I can say, just tell me if you can see something glaringly weird with the continuity, you know, and you just can't, because of her animation background, you know, she'll say, oh no, that head looks weird or something, you know, she'll just tell me, and that's what I need sometimes.
Yeah, staying
so
on.
And there's
I'm trying to think who else is in, like, I've had a bunch of people on from London and whatnot over the years, and I'm trying to think if there's like people that we run in the same circle with.
Well, because you spoke to David Litchfield, didn't you?
Yeah.
And I know him. He's with Bright, and also was Fred Blunt on doing amazing, millions of amazing, gorgeous, scribbly.
He did a couple doodles of our dogs that we absolutely love. My wife reached out to him and asked him if he would draw our dogs, and they're both adorable. He's like a doodle genius. Yeah. Like his line work and penmanship is always so fun.
Yeah.
And then David was fabulous too. Do you meet up with them ever, or is it more just their?
Yes, I've met up with both of them a few times over the years. Yeah, because there's often sort of Bright social things. And I have met them both.
They're both at Bright. That's right.
They are. They are. So I have met them. But yeah, there's a huge community of lovely illustrators over here. There are almost too many to mention, because if I start coming out, I'm going to miss people off, aren't I?
Oh, and then you'll never hear the end of it from them.
No, exactly. I've done my coat. I might leave it at that, and then, because I have to confess, I'm feeling really tired now. I don't want to mess up the hair and face, but I'll manage to do that another time.
Okay. Well, I will state then, thank you so much for joining us for the evening. And I was going to say day, but then I realized, nope, evening. It's been a pleasure to chat with you and to get to know you. And like I said, we've been fans of yours for some time now. And once Lion Girl comes out, we're going to go out to the bookstore and buy that one right away. And make sure.
Bless you. Thank you. Thank you.
Is there a spot where we can get signed copies? Like, is there a bookstore that you'd prefer people buy it from?
Well, in the US, I don't. Well, you know, I'm be grateful for you pick it up anywhere. I don't know if I'll be getting over to do any signing or anything. I doubt it actually, because it'll be early next year.
Okay.
So yeah, just wherever I would be grateful.
Okay. Yeah, we will. We'll go to our local bookstore here that we love, our little independent bookstore, and buy it
Oh
there.
yeah, indies
Yeah.
rule. So
Yes.
that's the ideal.
Yeah.
That's what you
I
want.
didn't know if sometimes like people have ones where they have signed stuff, and even if it's in the UK, sometimes people go out of their way to go get those. I know that we order from a variety of different indie bookstores, especially through the pandemic. We were getting them from all over the place just to support those indie stores.
Oh yeah, yeah, yeah,
So
yeah.
we will hunt those down and or hunt that down rather and get that one. But it's been a pleasure chatting with you tonight. And when you get these done, post these up and tag me in it so I can see what it looks like in the finish.
Okay.
I want to see the final of these
Oh,
coats.
I wonder. I might end up fiddling. It's that thing that the colours. It's the temptation to scan it and fiddle slightly. We'll see. We'll see. I'm
Okay.
probably allowed to, aren't I?
Yeah, you're allowed.
Yeah.
It's you're the owner of it. You don't have to follow any script whatsoever. You can change it up in a heartbeat.
Yeah.
So but
So
again,
the question is, how do I actually leave? Do I just
there's
click?
just a little X button that you
Okay.
hit, and then you're
And then
done.
that's
You're
it.
off.
All right. Well, I look forward to seeing yours. I've not had a proper look at yours, but I can't wait to see the finished one. It does look really cute. Yeah.
It'll be a while. It's gonna
It'll
be
be a while. All
yeah.
right. Well, thank you.
But,
Thank you. It's been lovely. And I must apologize. I do feel quite tired now. So sorry if
no worries.
if it was obvious I was slightly flagging.
No. This is good. It's everybody works at their own pace. I'm a late night person, so I can just
Sleepy vibes. Yeah.
So,
I have to confess I'm not a late night worker normally.
Well, thank you for coming on at night then and joining me, and I will be in touch.
All right. Okay, take care now. Thank you ever so much.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
So again, everybody, as Fiona leaves the feed, which there you go. I was watching the delay here. Go out and check out Fiona's books if you have not. The Lion Girl, which is out in the UK now, and it's coming out from what she said in February in the US. Go check that one out. This is the one that I always have loved. Is this one, Look, which is again has double O's throughout that oftentimes are sort of connected to the images, and so there's fun little plays of double O's throughout. So go get your hands on some of those. In the meantime, I'm going to stay and work on my I guess that's right. I'm gonna continue to work on my moles here. I still have to do the letter or the 8, and I still have to do the flowers, so it might be a little bit. For my wife who's upstairs, just know that I'll try to hurry. But we will see. I don't know if people could hear my dogs going crazy because it's dinner time for them. But I'm trying to get this. I'm sort of on that point in working on this piece wherein I don't know if I like it yet. And it seems challenging on a multitude of levels, colors and textures and things of the sort. But eventually I'm going to get to a point where it's okay. It just might take a little longer than I had hoped. That happens with some of this. So I'm just trying to get all these little fur lines in here for my moles. Now, why I decided to draw moles, I have no idea. We did have a vole that went underneath our garage into the ground, my wife saw. We think it's a vole. I'm pretty sure it is. I know that we have voles in the area. And so maybe that's why I started all this, but I don't know if that's true or not. That is not a great color for what I want. Let's see. I need to find a better color for this. Even that one's not a great color. I'm trying to find it. Good. These are, yes, a little bit of a dumb little moles. Just gotta go and draw. Little bits of fur. Again, for those that didn't tune in from the beginning, this is what the sketch was originally. And it will still say 8 moles up here, and then a flower and some flowers on this side, and maybe a little bit of grass. That's not going to have much more. My guess is I got another, I don't know, half hour, somewhere in that range to get this done. And then I got to have dinner. So, for those that have, who are not with us at the beginning too, I just spent, and this is a question for people, and we're trying to do this. I just spent the last 4 weeks in Ireland, and running a class for my college that was on creative writing and narrative art, and we had 8 students with us, and it was amazing, and I absolutely love Ireland, and I want to go back right now. And it was lovely, let's put it that way. But one of the things that we're talking about, me and the other teacher, was starting to do potentially some workshops for adults over there. And one of the things that we're looking at is there a way to make a workshop, a week-long workshop, for people to come and learn how to write from her. This is Erin Dion, if anybody knows who Erin Dion is. And if you don't, you should. And then learn the art side from me. And we would take people on adventures. They'd go on some bus tours and things of Ireland, and we'd use it as sort of the setting for a narrative workshop. So if there's people that are tuning in right now who are like interested in that, if you want to DM me, we can start having the conversation. We're trying to price out how much it would be, but it would be essentially a week there. We even have the dates kind of secured. We just need to price out how much it would be per person for the time frame. And then we'll make some ads. I know Mike Lowry does something similar. Yeah, there's a few folks that do this sort of travel abroad and work sort of thing. That we know a lot of writers that do it, and then Mike Lowry does an illustration one, etc. And so we're looking at the idea of doing something similar, but with maybe a little bit more of a combo of writing and illustration versus sort of one or the other, and take advantage of both of our skill sets. And so if people are interested, let me know. I know there were people that were interested in the past when I said I was going over there, and so we are actively pursuing it. We even talked to the place where the accommodations would be. It was this beautiful bed and breakfast that's right next to the school, and the school has a castle, and I'm trying to think of all the fun stuff that we went to. Let's see. Here's all the places we went. We went to Lady Gregory's former house in Coole Park. We went to the Cliffs of Moher. We went to a Mesolithic tomb that's on the limestone of the Burren, which is the section that this is in. We went to the Aran Islands. We went to, where else did we go? We went to, I'm trying to think, why am I drawing my, I can't think of the abbey that we went to. There's a bunch of abbeys over there, so it could be multiple. But wow, I'm really drawing a blank on what the abbey was, the name of the abbey. If my wife is listening, maybe she knows. She was there. She went on it. We had a special tour with an expert in the area there, a guy named Gordon Darcy. It's got an apostrophe in there. One of the best things that we did was we had this guy who is this guy named Eddie Linehan, who is a Irish storyteller. That's his job, is telling stories about fairies and all sorts of fun stuff like that. And he was the most amazing person. He should have a documentary about this guy. He's just like fascinating. Everybody that was there to watch it was mesmerized by him, and not only his stories, but his storytelling, because his stories are like collected from Ireland, from people around and whatnot. And so there's lots of like, some classics and things of the sort, but new variations. And he recorded it all on audio and then typed them up and made a bunch of books out of them. And he was just such a fascinating person. And so if we do this thing over there again, we would actually try to get him to come and do the talks for everybody. And so he would come in and that's not cool. But if you have any interest, anybody that's watching this, whether it be watching it now or on YouTube or anything of the sort, let me know, and I'd be happy to relay what information we have and give you more details about sort of what we're thinking going forward. That curled up worm is adorable. Thank you. Amico Rainbow? I'm guessing that's how it's said. Thank you. It's a little hibernating worm. I don't know if worms do that, but I'm going to say they do. And everybody else should too. So I'm going to get this done, then I'm going to make those flowers. I'm going to make those words. I'm just getting texture in on this guy. I'm liking them better now that I put some little hairs and stuff on them. They were just too perfect otherwise, or too, I shouldn't say perfect, bland, without some little hint of color being on them. So I got to get in here and just noodle them. And in fact, I love putting little teeth on things, so I'm going to put little teeth on the worm. On those. Okay, now. Let's do those flowers. Let's make those flowers. I have some color up here that I was going to use for them. So what I'll do is I will cut them out. There's a flower. And there's a flower. I'll do one more flower. Let's see, where can I cut it out of? Ooh, maybe, no. Right there. I think it has to be out of that. So let's see. Just some little pink flowers. That's it up here, like this. I'm just trying to figure out what shape. Yeah, I guess I need that one there. Okay. So I see that illustrated the transparency issue. It happens there and it happens here. I saw the same thing. I'm trying to figure out if there's a way to like transition. I'll see if I can try to make that line less noticeable. I was probably going to just Photoshop some of that too, just to soften it up a little bit, but I don't mind the transparency a ton, but I agree that it's a little jarring. I hope that helps a little bit right there, just by adding. I think that probably does it. If that doesn't do it, let me know, but I think that should help a bit, and I'll just come back in. That looks better. Thank you, Lauren. I know that one of the things that I've been trying to like be mindful of is I have sort of lost my way with the transparency side of the tracing paper. And so like, I know this is going to sound maybe a little silly, but just like, why use the tracing paper if I'm not letting it be somewhat transparent? And so one of the goals that I have over the next little bit is to make work that takes advantage of the transparency. And so this may not be that piece. I probably need a different piece for that to make sense, but just that idea of like, why make it opaque when I have the ability to make it transparent? I'm gonna move this over just a little bit this way. There we go. Okay. Okay, so that's going to be where I have my flowers, and I'll need to cut out or make some stems to go on them. Just make sure these are stuck down. There we go. And I do have this, but that's just not a great color for it. I wanted that sort of like greenish color. I mean, maybe I can cut it out of that. I might be able to go over that with a little bit of yellow. Illustrated, I see that I love the variation in the transparency. It was just that particular hard line. I agree. This one got reduced down once I started doing other stuff, but that one was a little harsh. Okay, so let me get the last little pass of, I'm gonna go over this. That's gonna be too yellow, I think. So let me get some other. I don't want it to be green. I want it to be just irregular tone. I have some purple in it too. What I'm trying to do is just use this color that's already here, so I have to reinvent some of these stems. There we go. Okay, I'm gonna let those dry a little bit. Then I'll use those. And then I need to cut out the 8 and then the word moles. 8 moles. It's counting. It's a book about counting. Okay, so here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna make these little stems. That come up like this and have little flowers, or not flowers, but leaves on them. Hold on. It's going to be so cool. I think you're all going to love it. Okay. There's one. Let's go down this other side now. Make this stem look super cool. All right. So here's another story for y'all. Before I went on my trip to Ireland, I had a chunk of my tooth come off in the back, a wisdom tooth. I still have my wisdom teeth, which is sort of, I know, strange, but I still have them. And that chunk of tooth that came off was on one of those wisdom teeth. And so I said, you know what? I don't want to fly over to Ireland and have a chunk of my tooth out. And so I went to my dentist, and they said, oh, okay. Well, it looks like that chunk of tooth that came out also has it was a crack, and there is it goes down towards the root, and there might be bacteria in there. And so, because I was thinking they could just seal it up. And then my dentist said, no, we can't seal it up because when you go up in the plane and the pressure changes, there is a likelihood that that seal would hold and the tooth would crack or explode. And so guess what I did? I didn't have my tooth sealed. And so I have a open tooth that doesn't hurt. It's not bad or anything of that sort, but it definitely is in need of fixing. And so today I just went to the oral surgeon, and what they're going to do is they're going to take out my wisdom teeth. And what's funny about it, in my mind, is that I am 46 and I still have my wisdom teeth. And as you all know, I'm very wise. But what's going to happen is we have a date in August where there is no one lined up. And that we left open so I can go get my wisdom teeth out. And so there's going to be a week where we're not going to do Gab and Doodle in August because I will probably be in pain. Actually, I don't think it's going to be that bad, but still, I don't want to be all ballooned up and feeling cruddy if I do have any pain of any sort being on Gab and Doodle. And so don't be surprised if I think it's the week of what would be the 22nd, I will not be hosting a Gab and Doodle for the week because my teeth are going to be destroyed. Yar. So that's my funny story. Isn't it funny? What a funny story. Okay. Hey, Lauren, if you're listening, I already posted the part 1. I don't know if you know about that it disconnected. It disconnected, so part 1 is already up there. If you want to go, I didn't fill out any info besides just saying part 1. But if you want to add some stuff to it in the meantime. Yes. I forgot that you may not know that already, so. All right. How do I do this? Maybe I just do it this way because it's probably faster and easier. How to get this guy stuck down. I will cut those ends there so they're not sticking out like they are. All right, we're getting close, folks. We're getting close. We'll get some lines on some of those and some textures on some of those. That was too much. Drew a big dark line on there that I didn't like. Okay, I'm gonna come over here. And one of the things I'm gonna do, and this is because I don't particularly like how green these are, I'm gonna come back in here. I'm gonna paint a little bit of gray back on top. I like the other side, it's a little bit more gray. Kind of a reddish gray too. Get in here and sort of noodle around some of those colors. There we go. That looks better to me. Okay, now let's cut out a big old number 8 and then the word moles. I have to make it fit within that space though. I have to make it a little bit smaller. I'm trying to use more type in these pieces. It's still too big. I didn't realize it was that small. There we go. Let me. So it fits better. There we go. 8. And I'll do moles. Here's my number 8. I wonder if I can get moles out of the other. Pieces left. There you go. 8. I think I might be able to. Let's see what I can do. If I can get out of this, that'd be great. It's like 8 Mile, but with moles. Might end up making the 8 a different color. We will see. That's my dog. That's my dog, Doodle. Okay. One last letter. S. There's always a hard letter to cut. Too many curves. Eight moles. Is that weird? Cut that L a little shorter. Let me see, do I have any other colors that would work with it? Maybe this? Let's try that. That can work. Let's see. I just gotta snip the holes out of this. And cut, cut, cut. Sorry, everybody. It's really quiet right now. If people have questions, feel free to ask. I am just trying to cut out these letter forms, and I'm going to stick them down. So everybody excited for the Olympics? You know, 8 moles. Why it's 8 moles? Because there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 8 moles. And I might write 2 worms with it. And 2 worms. 8 moles and 2 worms. When do the Olympics start? On, for us, Friday. I don't know where you're located, but I believe Friday night. I think they're starting in Paris, technically at, was it 8:24? And so it was 2024 if you use the military time or international time or whatever you want to call it. I think that was what they said. And so I imagine that it's, you know, I don't know, it's a 5-hour delay for us here or something like that. Maybe it's even longer than that. So in the US. So I don't know where you're located, but I don't know if they're going to do opening ceremonies on Friday or if it's on Saturday technically, but yeah. See it one way or another. You don't even have cable to watch it on, so I have to figure out how we're going to see it, but we will see it. So should I write and 2 worms underneath this, everybody? Lauren, should I write and 2 worms? Yeah. I have to find the right size brush or pen here. Should I get one that I think it might do. Oh, parentheses around it. And 2 worms. Now why it says that, I don't know, but it does. Okay, we're almost done. We're almost done. What time are we at? We're at 6:13. I'm getting close. You're gonna go make dinner. Okay. Let's see, there's that. And then I wanted some little heads of petals. Geppetto. Oh, okay. I think that may be it. It does look a little bit like a cover illustrated. Something about like it'd be really long and wide, but I've been trying to do like more words on them because one, I like doing type. I think doing type is fun, and I like chunky, weird type like this. But also, there are so many books that are like this, or like even this Zoom book. Not Zoom book. I said Zoom because it has Zoom in it. But Fiona Woodcock's look book. That sounds funny because there is a thing called a lookbook in industries like Kidlit. But in this book, Look, that is like sort of just the words are the thing. And so like the word zoo. And so having something like this feels like it's okay to have in a in the portfolio, adding stuff like this. I'm going to add a little thing here that just implies this is the hole that the mole is looking out. I did the same thing on the worm one right there. There we go. Okay. Let's see a couple other little. Spots I want to touch up here. Is there anything else? Okay. Here's what I'm going to do now. I'm going to clean this up. I'm going to get this so it looks, the desk is all beautiful again. And then I will showcase it, i.e. vertically for, I think, yeah, I don't know. I'd have to talk. I think librarians don't like books that are outside of just standard proportions, just in general, and work differently because, well, out of standard proportion because it's hard to shelve them. I know that. But I like the idea of like something that's easier for someone to manipulate and read, because that is always a pain trying to flip a book in front of people. Let me get this just cleaned up here a little bit better. Could save that scrap. So here is, hold on a second, right there, colors away. Put this out to the side. There's the sketch. There's a yellow there. I don't know why the yellow was taken out, but it was. Clean this off, clean this off, clean this off. And is this one white on the other side? Please tell me it's white on the other side. Oh, it is. So then what I can do is this. I'll get it on here, and where's my duster? Get rid of some of those little scraps and whatnot. One little touch I see right there, which I'm gonna blot out. Okay. Let me get this one done. So here's my sketch. I'll put the sketch up here. Y'all can see it. Oh, it had a bone in there too. I don't think I need the bone. I don't think it's necessary. But there's my little sketch, a worm and 8 moles and a ladder and flowers. It says 8 moles. So, wait, Lauren logged in as me, and it says, Studio Hoffman says, it's adorable. Lauren, you logged in as me. So now it's like I'm saying that my own work is adorable, and I'm not allowed to say that. It's okay, it's okay. I'm not disagreeing, but anyways. That's my little mole painting for the night. Next week, we start a new month. I will be putting out the ads hopefully by Monday. We have a couple of superstars lined up. We're going to be back in the swing of it again on the 20th. What? Who is it? It's Bob Shea. Next week. Bob Shea next week. Again, Lauren's in control of my schedule, so I just nod and say yes. That's how it is around here. So Bob Shea is going to be on. It's going to be a Draw What's Bob Studio Hoffman Presents Gabbing Doodle crossover event. And that's it for the evening. Y'all have a lovely night, and I will see you next week at 2 o'clock. All right. Bye, everybody.